Be it resolved that the December 8th, 2022 council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. And could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of November the 15th inaugural meeting and November the 17th? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that the November 15th, 2022 inaugural meeting and November 17th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes be approved as circulated.
All in favor? And I missed, does anybody have a disclosure of pecuniary interest? Councillor Shortreed.
For item 218-229C, proposed severance for RNF Mooland Limited. I am employed by them.
Thank you. So we'll move into delegations, starting with Bandon Open and Robert Passmore from WSP to give us their annual report. Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, good morning, Council.
I see you've given us a very detailed report, which is much appreciated. If you would go through the highlights of your report.
Yes.
That would be great.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I understand it's a bit lengthy there, so I could be here all day talking about it, but I've kind of short formed some of it there. So just to kind of, excuse me, sorry about that. That may happen a few times here. Yeah, just to cover off the inspection season, there was about 600 inspections completed by WSP looking in zone D of Algonquin Highlands. So one of the figures towards the end of the figure set, it kind of demonstrates where that is. It's basically around Kawagama Lake and then north of there. So kind of the northern region of Algonquin Highlands. So a lot more remote areas. And there was a lot of the water access only properties there too. So for the inspection season, we saw a mixture of class 1 to class 5 systems. So there were a little bit more class 1 and class 2 systems present in zone D. So these are outhouses and gray water systems. There was just under 300 outhouses and kind of, or it could be say, excuse me, sorry again. Either the composting toilets, incinerating toilets, those types of treatment for the waste. And then the class 2 systems, there was about 125 of those, which are like kind of gray water pits where you'd have either stone or cinder blocks to accept the just like sink water, dish water, stuff like that, but not human waste. Class 4 systems, there were 482. So that's the septic tank and leaching bed combination. And there was only about 11 holding tanks. So it's obviously a lot more remote area. So it's a little bit harder for pumpers and everything to get up there. A little bit more maintenance obviously there too. So again, a lot of it was just the class 4 systems and then a mixture of the class 1 and 2. Overall, as far as the tank material construction that we did see, 406, so there was about 600 tanks. 460 of those were made out of concrete, about 150 were a mixture of either fiberglass or plastic, and there was only about 7 metal tanks that we saw. So those would have been given remedial actions for replacement. As far as the other remedial actions that were issued in total, there were about 606 properties, like I said, that were looked at. So 354, there were no requirements for remedial action. So everything kind of looked good on the site, either their septic tank, leaching bed, or whatever combination of systems they had. And then 252 of the sites required some sort of remedial action. For that, the class 1 systems are about 92 RAs. So those were mostly outhouses if they needed screens, or if there were gaps or openings that vermin or rodents can kind of get through, or exposed at grade. So then a remedial action will be issued. The class 2, there was about 38 RAs. So again, the remedial action is what the RA stands for. That would be if the gray water systems, it would be discharging to grade and not into a pit, then obviously we'd be telling the owners to kind of have that disposed of properly, and you can't just kind of have it run off on the surface. For the class 4 systems, there were 135 remedial actions issued. 86 of those were just for regular pump outs. So after the tanks get about 33% of the solids kind of located in the volume of the primary side of the tank, just as part of regular maintenance, they want to pump that tank out. So we're not sending solids out to the bed. So the majority of those remedial actions were for just pumping out the tank. And then 44 of those remedial actions were for the leaching bed. So that could be either structures on top of the leaching bed, maybe a little too close to the tree line, possibly too close to parking area. But like I said, the majority for the class 4 systems were just for pump out. Excuse me. Class 5 systems, those are again the holding tanks. There were 11 systems that we noticed, and most of them needed some sort of remedial action. So 10 sites required a haulage agreement. So basically every holding tank that was there, they didn't have a haulage agreement kind of stating that they have a contractor, like a licensed contractor, coming to pump it out on some sort of routine or when required. So that's something that you want to have with the class 5 to make sure that it's being maintained properly. And then 7 of the 11 didn't have either an audible or a visual alarm. So that would obviously warn the owners if the liquid levels are getting high in the tank, so that they'd have to pump it out. So for the most part, there were a few class 5s. Like I said, there's only 11. But the majority of them needed some sort of remedial action. That kind of covers off just a whole as far as the systems, what we've seen. Again, there's a lot of figures kind of demonstrating like either the zones of where the inspection is taking place, and then kind of there was a little bit of the phosphorus sampling completed as well too. There weren't any high spikes as far as the phosphorus that was completed this year. We didn't see any exceedances. So like I said, we took samples across all the lakes that we went to. And then towards the end of the report as well, there's obviously a selection of photos to review as far as what our inspectors would be seeing on site, kind of a good condition and a bad condition for kind of each type of system. So I'm not sure if any council members had any specific questions. Like I said, I know there's a lot in that report, but I might not have covered some of if someone did have a question specifically related to something.
Thank you. I know that we've had our challenges throughout this particular contract. I'm sure you're more than aware of that. You know, with the pandemic and other things that have caused us some challenges, it's been a difficult contract to get through. Do members of council have questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks very much for the comprehensive report, as Mayor Danielson was saying. Loved the maps. I could spend all day on the maps. So it's a good thing you're not here in the room, or I'd probably want to spend the rest of the day with you just pouring over those maps. They're really, really fun. And the good news stories that I got from the report, very much that there were relatively few cases of risk to drinking or surface water. That was great, a great thing to read. Also 3% high risk systems, really, really great to read. So it seems like there was a lot of good news to take out of the report. My principal question at this stage would be looking towards public education moving ahead. You've given us some good opportunities where we might focus our efforts in public education. But are there one or two lessons, or better said, observations that your team has had for the last few years, which you could say, yes, Algonquin Highlands, they're really known for this, or they could really do better at that, or the number one lesson that residents should take away from all of this is this? It would be really good to hear what those on the ground observations are.
Yeah, I think in general, so yeah, I came onto the program last year, so I wasn't here at the start of it, but I've been in the field. Like this year I was up there for about a month. I was there for 2 weeks at the start of the season and 2 weeks kind of at the end. So I've been able to interact with a lot of the homeowners, kind of get a lot of their feedback and questions. And I think a lot of it, generally people seem to be educated to a point as far as understanding like they need to pump the tank out, right? But a lot of it, it's just for development setbacks. I know that's a big concern that a lot of people have as far as kind of new people coming in and kind of building larger estates or kind of working on that. As I think a lot of people are pretty conscious as far as the water course there. A lot of people are pulling from the lake, right, for their water. So that's a big concern, kind of like you're saying, highlighting. So the risks being lower, great. Logistically, I think as far as running the program, as far as the lessons learned, a lot of it is to do like logistics is a huge part of it, like the location, scheduling. But as far as education goes, I think that Rob had a few key points that we were discussing about previously too, but education wise, I think, yeah, a lot of it is just kind of development, but then just regular maintenance for some of the systems. I think Rob had a point that he wanted to share.
Yeah, on that note, that was one of the things that we took away from our discussions last year, the presentation of last year's annual report. So one of the things, I had the opportunity to be up there this year as well and speak with residents. What I find overwhelmingly as far as the lessons learned and the takeaway on this, there is a general interest by everyone that we've come across that they're interested in understanding how they can help the lake and that they're on. So that's a good start. So the education initiatives need to be focused on getting a better understanding of how the systems work and what all is being, what the impacts, how the sewage systems impact the water course better, how they're operating. Like we ran into the situation in a lot of the remote access sites where we're dealing with a class 1 system, like an outhouse, and a class 2 gray water pit. The gray water pits, like looking at this from the scope and the restrictions in the reinspection program, we really couldn't look at how those gray water systems are functioning as far as being fully compliant with the Ontario Building Code. That being said, it's the location of them, like overland flow. A lot of people just didn't even understand that gray water being discharged to the surface is a bad thing. They didn't put the connection. So it's that education system to connect the dots between what is reasonable for a person to expect in a daily operation of.
Oh, we've lost your sound.
Yeah, your audio cut out, Rob.
We can't hear you.
No, still nothing. But I think, yeah, kind of to Rob's point, though, the main focus is, yeah, like education as far as the gray water systems, understanding that even like it's easy to just kind of dump the gray water system right there, but that has big impacts as far as erosion or the development stuff. So that was one of the big takeaways, I think, yeah, kind of to stress.
Any other questions? I think that's, something that the Environment and Stewardship Committee can maybe look at. Meanwhile, with respect to septic inspections, I think what we've got coming at us this year is our staff following up on some of the issues that were raised, and we'll talk about reinstituting the program next year, assuming that council agrees to that. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Berry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Berry, be it resolved, council receives a delegation of information from Vanden Aubin and Robert Passmore from WSP regarding the 2022 septic system reinspection annual report.
All in favor? Thanks again. Sorry that your sound cut out, but I think we got the information that we needed, and thanks for your work.
Perfect. Thanks, Council.
So next on the agenda is a report by Travis Wilson on how we move forward with the Dorset Rec Center.
Good morning, Mayor Danielson and Council.
Good morning, Travis.
First, I'd like to congratulate all of you on the recent election. It's an exciting time in Halliburton County, and looking forward to seeing how things shape up in the future.
As are we.
I bet. If I'm good to proceed, Mayor Danielson?
Yep,
I'll carry on.
absolutely. Go ahead.
For those of you who do not know me, my name is Travis Wilson. I'm the Construction Services Manager at Engage Engineering. And just to provide a bit of background on Engage's role with this project so far, Engage is a civil engineering firm located in Peterborough, so we're not so specialized into building and architectural. However, with mine and my colleagues' experience in the municipal sector, we do provide some assistance to municipalities with RFPs and tenders, getting the ball more rolling. A lot of the time these projects can get hung up at the start simply due to staff shortages, and we are here to assist. So recognizing item 9C on the agenda with the petition later on, the results of the COI are well timed, I believe, for council. And we're aware of the value the building provides to the local area and are happy to help get this project rolling. As I present the results for this expression of interest, I'm sure there'll be some questions, and be happy to answer those questions to the extent of my knowledge of the project at the end of this. So as a first step with our involvement in this project, we recommended the release of an expression of interest. I know there has been some work completed in the past. However, expressions of interest are a good start to this size and scale of a project. For those who aren't familiar with an EOI, expression of interest, it's used just to better understand the abilities of contractors or consultants and receive their input on project execution or project delivery methods. It's not a competitive process, but it's strictly used to just gather information, and recognizing these companies, contractors and consultants do this work daily. Their input and qualifications are vital to choosing a successful project delivery method. This expression of interest ran for around 20 days, I believe, and a total of 5 responses were received. A mandatory site meeting was held, and the purpose of that site meeting was purely just to allow respondents time to familiarize themselves with the work completed and layout of the building and gain some more knowledge of the project in general. So as part of the EOI, we did ask respondents to answer 7 questions to aid in the decision for delivery method. And as an example, if all respondents would have answered no to the very first question that's provided in this memo, do you have knowledge and the ability to complete the project via design build? If respondents would have said no, it would make the project delivery method very clear that we would be looking at a stipulated price, a typical design internally or through a consulting firm, and then sent out for tender rather than an RFP process like design build or one of the other methods. So the 7 questions are provided in the memo. I won't go through the detail of every one, but there is a summary table within it. As provided in the table and within the memo, the majority of respondents provided a yes to a design build project. And I do apologize. I had summarized that 1 respondent recommended the construction management contract. It was actually 2. It was just buried a little further in their response. So my apologies on that. A common theme among the 3 methods of delivery that we've looked at and provided information to council for in this was that there will be a requirement for a more thorough investigation of the extent of mold and recommended remediation. Regardless of the delivery method, I think that's something council will need to authorize, whether it's through a construction management contract, design build, or a stipulated price. Given Cambium's report was nearly a year ago, and it did speak to mold continuing to grow until the building was completely watertight. And to our knowledge, that hasn't happened yet. So there is a need for a better understanding of the extent. We know it's throughout the building. However, has it gotten worse? All of those things will need to be looked at in the future. We would highly recommend also, regardless of the method of delivery, that an outside architectural firm just be used for sort of an outside advisor throughout the project. It's just safe insurance to have that person in place, and we'd be more than happy to make some recommendations to council as that comes through. So I'll speak briefly to CCDC 5B, which is a construction management contract. 5B would involve hiring a construction manager through the RFP process. That construction manager typically acts as a general contractor as well, and they're very specialized in this type of work. And just so council is aware, that is not an engaged type of role. We are not a builder. We're purely into civil engineering. So the construction manager would then provide advisory services during the pre-construction phase, and then perform the work actually required. So they would organize sub-trades, approve payment, find methods of procurement for services. And it is I won't say a new method, but it isn't the typical method that a lot of companies and municipalities have used in the past. The project can be set up with a CCDC 5B with a guaranteed maximum price. The one risk we do run into with it is the final price is never known until the project is complete. So we could set up a guaranteed maximum price within that contract for $1 million. However, we won't know, we know it will not exceed $1 million, but we won't know what the actual final number is until the project is complete, if that makes sense.
And if it exceeds $1 million?
It wouldn't. So you'd set a guaranteed maximum price. There are ways through the CCDC document that we could set that threshold, that guaranteed maximum price. Anyway, it would, if it looked like it was creeping over, I'm sure there are methods of going through like a change order process, I should say. However, with a guaranteed maximum price, you're capping the project at X value, whatever that number would be to council. The CCDC 5B construction management does require a lot of dedication from township staff. They are kind of a key component to the team. You're making decisions as the project progresses. So recognizing, we need additional investigations. There have been recommendations from Cambium, but as more things unfold within the project, there'll need to be someone dedicated to making those types of decisions. So I'll move on to CCDC 14, and then if you wouldn't mind, Mayor Danielson, maybe we'll stop then, and there might be some questions about the CCDC documents, if that makes sense. So the CCDC 14 design build, this is likely the fastest method of completing this project, and will still not guarantee a maximum price, we'll still guarantee a maximum price. It is highly recommended to utilize an outside advisor once again for something like this. They are fairly technical documents, and there are companies that are very specialized in making sure the paperwork is in place. The township won't be as involved with DC 5B. Just the fact that decisions are made through the RFP process on how the project will look and what the end result will be. However, there still will be decisions required by the municipality. Once again, as I said, typically an outside advisor is hired for that type of role. And the last option would be a DC2, which is a stipulated price contract. This is likely the longest time frame to complete and the most typical, as you'd see in the past. So the township would need to complete the additional investigation, as we've discussed, to ensure all locations are captured and the extent is the same as what it was in the past. And you would then secure an architect who would create drawings and specifications to illustrate how those repairs will be made. Those specs and drawings would then be approved by the township and put out to tender. And the price received would be fixed and typically awarded to the lowest bidder. This guarantees a price usually to a municipality, but as you probably understand, this will take some additional time to complete. So there are multiple methods and steps within this for procurement to be involved. In our opinion, CCDC 5B or 14 probably would be the best solution for the township. However, recognizing there are staff shortages amongst pretty much every municipality in Ontario right now, it may not be the best solution for the township this time. So thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Travis. My concerns are, well, I mean, we know that there is a high level of anxiety and concern about the project and the length of time that the building has been closed. So I'm very concerned about the amount of delay that would be caused by, I'm not sure how much time would be required to do an additional inspection, recognizing that we would need to do an inspection to be absolutely clear about the level of mold that's there now. How much time that would take, how much additional time would be added to the project should we need to use the services of an architect. And my other concern is it just seems like it's so hard right now for any major project to land on a price that it just seems to be a shifting landscape when it comes to pricing and availability of materials and how we actually manage to stick to a guaranteed price or even close to it at this point in time. it's one of my concerns. But it sounds like there are ways to deal with if there is a significant change or a shortage in some materials, that there's a way to deal with a a changing contract price. So anyway, those are my concerns. I'm sure that we'll have other questions, but if there's anything that you want to comment on about that, or yourself, Adam, maybe we'll talk with Travis and then come back to you and see what your thoughts are. Okay.
Sure. Mayor Danielson, I can address the pricing piece. That is a major concern, not just in the building industry. I deal mostly in civil engineering, road building, and subdivision development. And it's a common theme, and you're 100% correct. Pricing is, pretty much a 7-day guarantee with some contracts. However, you also made the point of, and I have through this memo, we can set up specifications through these documents to secure those pricings. So we can set up, as long as we provide information in the RFP to say, all pricing is guaranteed for a minimum of X days. And that can hold a proponent to those pricing. It's if we do not make that clear in the document and everybody puts in their own form. Some may say 7 days guaranteed price, some may say, 100, depending on the contract or proponent. So there are methods to go around that, but the pricing has increased significantly on pretty much every project in the construction industry. So yeah, it is a concern for sure.
One thing I will say, I was really pleased to see that we did have the number of interested contractors, and that they were all pretty well ready to get going on the project fairly quickly, which is really a good sign. So I'd look to questions for Travis, Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Barry.
Thanks. I don't have any specific questions for Travis. I thought his report was very clear. My questions are more to Angie and Adam, and wondering, obviously we all share the desire for high quality, reasonably priced jobs. So given this setup of the township now, what your thoughts are on the best structure of contract. Also bearing in mind that hopefully we'll have a new projects manager joining our team, but that's not a guaranteed thing in terms of timeline. So really looking for the advice of staff to guide us on structure of contract.
Go ahead.
Adam and I have talked about it, and I did talk with Travis about it as well. Recognizing that, council is anxious to keep this project going, as well as the public. We, as Travis said, we commonly do the tender process, but for this, I think it is a wise thing for us to do is go through the design build process. Yes, we will be going out for our project manager, as council has directed, early in January. So hopefully we will be fortunate enough to fill that position quickly. But in the meantime, between Travis and Adam and myself, I'm confident that we can keep the project moving. Yeah.
Councillor Barry.
My question was just in regards to the difference between the CCDC 14 and the 5B. I don't really know if this is a question for Travis or for Adam, but thoughts on the difference between how much staff is needed and desired, I guess, would be the question. Is this something that we want to just outsource and have it complete at a faster speed? Or is this something that having staff fully involved in at an asset or
Sure, I can speak to that briefly, not being overly familiar with the staffing level right now, and I'm aware of, I guess, the plans for the future at Algonquin Highlands, but I can't guarantee you how much time would be involved with this. Really depends on selected contractor, and overall, I mean, I've worked in the municipal industry for a long time, and I'm new to the private sector, and One thing that municipalities could all use, and unfortunately staff are being torn in 100 different directions at all times, and it's having a person dedicated to a project to see it through. A lot of the times decisions are made on the best information provided at the time, where if there's a person available that's heavily involved into a project, you end up with a better project at the end of the day, which I know isn't a direct answer to your question, Councillor Barry, but it is something that I have found just from previous experience. So having a person that's, this is a significant project, recognizing that this report from Cambium was from a year ago now, no one's really aware of, if there's any extent that that's grown in terms of the size of the project, the magnitude. So having staff or a staff member heavily involved or an advisor is recommended, at least from Engage's standpoint.
I'd like to hear from Adam what your thoughts are.
Through you, Mayor, thank you. Yes, I agree with Travis as far as having staff involvement. This is a priority project, so we would put staff on it. Myself, Angie, and obviously Travis would be a part of this, and we would prioritize any project that came along through this design build or whichever program you decide to go with. That if something did come up, then we would be on top of it to make sure that it was done as quick as possible and efficiently to make sure this project moves forward.
I just recognize that there's been projects that you've all been you've got your own jobs and you've got this, big jobs on the corner of your desk, and we don't want to overload staff, and, we just want to make absolutely sure that we've got the resources, that we're not overtaxing anybody, while still trying to respond to the level of angst that the public's got. It's, it's just a tough situation right now. So your thoughts on exactly which you're in agreement on the design build approach?
Yes, that would be my recommendation, is to go with the design build.
Any other questions or thoughts? Councillor Short-Reed.
I just have one question for Adam, because I know I'm going to get it by 100 people. Is how long do you actually think it will take to get it open? From just ballpark. I don't want to hear a year though.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Honestly, that's anyone's guess. If you look at the table here that Travis has presented us, there are some recommendations in here. One says 10 months. One says could be completed in 6 months. So I would like to say that if somewhere in the middle, we could be pretty happy with that. Like I said, projects and priorities are coming up, obviously later in the meeting today, and you'll see a lot of different projects coming in. So this is definitely one that's on the top of the pile to get open. It's been sitting for a long time, and not in the case of staff not wanting to do it by any means. It's just there's been a lot of factors that have come into play that have delayed this project. One of the biggest things we need to focus on with this building is the mold spread, and how much has it moved since we've recognized it at the very beginning to where we are now. I think any contractor that comes in, we would definitely want to make sure that we look at every inch of this building. I would really like to not have to come back here in 3, 4, 5, 10 years and say we missed something. So we really need to be thorough on this, and as much as
we don't want that either.
well, as much as we want to have it open for the public tomorrow would be ideally, it's just something we need to make sure we're very thorough with as we go through this. And I think Engage is in the same group here, that they want to make sure that as well. So to answer your question, I couldn't give you an exact date, but I would love to say somewhere between 6 and 10 months.
Not necessarily the answer you wanted to hear, but I mean, it's the reality, especially when we don't know how much more mold there is in the building, and we do want to make absolutely sure that we get it all.
And that will be the point I will make. Right. It's going to be done right.
A question for you, Travis. Will you and or your firm have time to be able to dedicate to this project? Should we need it?
Yes, to our extent, as I did mention, we are not an architectural firm. We're involved with civil. Our involvement and some of my colleagues are just the fact we have so much municipal experience. These are typically projects that are put onto public works staff, so we do have some input, but we can assist through the project as required and to our abilities, I guess, throughout it. Creating an RFP for design build is something that's definitely within our wheelhouse. We would probably bring in an architectural firm I would recommend anyways, just for review of that document. They are very, we'll say they're the experts on CCDC 14. So it's.
My question about that would be, what sort of timing are we looking at to get the documents in place and reviewed and the tender out and responded to?
Recognizing, I guess, my schedule right now, I'm just taking a look at my calendar briefly, Mayor Danielson. I would be shooting for probably the middle of January, unfortunately. I do have quite a few tenders to get out the door that have already been locked down with some municipal clients. So that would be.
Can we hold your feet to the fire over that?
Maybe. No, I would say
maybe.
Draft by middle of January, I think, middle to end. Yeah, it's
Okay.
It's a busy time of year right now with tenders needing to get out.
Councillor Day, Deputy Mayor Dayu, sorry.
That's okay. Thanks. Further to Julie's question, is there any provision within a CCDC 14 construct to precisely that, hold the feet to the fire of the service provider to a guaranteed time frame, or could there be possible implications for them should they go vastly over the time that they have suggested? Where does that stand?
There are methods to do that through any construction contract. The one piece that I would like to note to council, and Adam has already mentioned this, and as well yourself, Mayor Danielson, without knowing the exact extent, if we release an RFP document for a design build, and within that there are services for a fixed fee to be provided for additional investigations, we can't determine an end date at that time. We'd have to wait until after that investigation to have a better understanding of the extent of work. Right now, we could easily say 6 months, and with an additional investigation, we now look at 12 months for an end date. So there are ways we can do it. It just, we need to complete kind of the step one before we get to that point, if that makes sense.
Any other questions? So I'm hearing that we're going with the CCDC 14 design build. Could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward with that? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives correspondence from Mr. Travis Wilson, Construction Service Manager with Gage Engineering, regarding request for expression of interest, EOI 22-1, release for the rehabilitation of the Dorset Recreation Center. And further, council directs staff to proceed with the project utilizing CCDC 14 as the construction method.
All in favor? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Travis.
Great, thank you. Have a nice day.
Look forward to getting this project underway as quickly as we possibly can, all things considered.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mayor
Meanwhile,
Danielson.
best of the season to you.
Thanks, you too.
Next on the agenda is your Public Works report.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Nothing really to report, other than we're into a bit of the winter weather with this big snowstorm we received in November. Unfortunately, it's all melted away since then. So everything went really well. The mesh and rota program that we have in place has been a great asset to track our equipment, track our material usage. Other than that, that's really all I have to put forward.
Any questions for Adam on his report? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the report? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives report PW 4022 regarding monthly activities submitted by Adam Thorne, dated December 8th, 2022 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. So the next item on the agenda is the petition that we've received with 388 signatures voicing some pretty substantial concerns about the Dorset Rec Center and the length of time that it's been closed, and the concern about the speed with which we're responding to things. And, you know, we recognize and feel the same level of frustration. We've gone through a number of staff shortages and problems here that we've had to deal with. And the pandemic has held up an awful lot of things, but, you know, I just want to assure the public that we all want this project to go ahead as quickly as possible. You can hear from the conversation that we've just had that we are making steps in the right direction. Is it fast enough to suit us all? No, it's not, but it's the best that we can possibly do. And this is a top priority for us. One of the things that you will see going forward is a regular report on every agenda, letting the public know where we're at with the project and giving an update. So I'm assuming that really the only thing that we can do is provide a written response, receiving the petition and just assuring everyone that we are equally concerned. Any comments or questions about that? Did you want to make a comment?
Only that I'm the petition, receipt of the petition is and how we do that is contained within our procedural bylaw. So I would look to Dawn to guide us on that. Certainly we can write a letter letting them know. Hopefully they're watching and have heard what we've heard this morning. So but we can certainly let them know that, yes.
Can you advise us on the process?
Exactly what CAO said, that we'll just follow up with a letter confirming the receipt of the petition and council's discussion.
Any comments that council would like to make with respect to the petition? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Yes, my only comment would be to the public who have obviously signed the letter with a great deal of passion in their hearts about this issue, and a simple reminder that we are here to answer your questions at any time. You know, my phone number is out there, our emails are out there. Julie is you know, she's available at any moment of the day to pick up to pick up the phone to your call and answer all of the questions and hopefully resolve some of the angst with basic information. I also know that our comms coordinator has done a great job in trying to update our website with news on what was going on in the at the rec center and provide some context and some history. So we are trying our best to make that information available. And if anyone does have a concern, please do pick up the phone. That's why we're here. We're your counselor and your representative, but also your neighbor, and also want to see this open as Mayor Danielson was saying. So please pick up the phone anytime and we'll answer those questions.
Thank you. Any other comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the petition? Councilors Berry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved, the council receives a petition containing 388 signatures submitted by Mr. Dave Mullins and concerned citizens of the Greater Dorset regarding the reopening of the Dorset Recreation Center for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next up is Parks, Recreation and Trails. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Well, you've got a number of reports here, so we'll start with contract amendments to Camas.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. With me for this part of the report will be Mike March. Before that, I can do a quick introduction of what we're looking at today. And then him being the director of IT, he's been leading a project countywide that is similar to this. So he'll be able to best speak to the technicalities of it if there's any questions. But this is an amendment to our existing contract with Camas, which is our service provider for campsite reservations. And this will be to put in place what's called a multi-factor authentication. And through you, Mayor, if we could bring in Mr. March.
And he's with us.
He is.
Just like that. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Sorry, I missed a little bit of Mr. Mr. Card's introduction as I was transitioning into panelists. Would you like for me to kind of give an update of what this proposed project is?
Yes, we would.
Great. So the contract update and additional annual costs is for the implementation of multi-factor authentication within the CAMUS booking system. Trails manager Chris Card and I have been working with CAMUS on a multi-factor authentication solution for their software, basically so that we can meet the changing cybersecurity eligibility requirements for our joint cyber insurance policy. CAMUS, which, as everyone knows, is the system that is used for the visitor booking payment system for the Trails service, contains personally identifiable information. Chris, I don't know if you have the exact number, but it's in the thousands. By implementing multi-factor authentication, we will add an extra level of security to staff logins by requiring staff to complete an additional step in that login authentication process. And by adding this additional step, we are reducing the likelihood that CAMUS login information can be stolen, which could potentially lead to unauthorized access of that data or disclosure of that data. As part of this implementation, CAMUS will integrate with the same user authentication database that is currently used by Algonquin Highlands staff for their computers and email. So this is will provide the extra benefit of having one less password for staff to remember, but will also provide IT with a means to enforce that multi-factor authentication to make sure that we remain in compliance with any cyber insurance requirements. And it will also give IT the ability to remove CAMUS access if an employee leaves the township through our standard offboarding process. So that's the overview in a nutshell. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions from council for either Chris or Mike? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the amendment to the contract? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council received contract amendment number 2 for the central reservation and accounting system between the Township of Algonquin Highlands and CAMUS Inc. And council approves the amendment and directs a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the mayor and clerk to sign the said contract amendment.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Mike. And Chris. Next is the Oxtongue Lake Community Center update.
Yes, so I attended the last Oxtongue Lake Community Center committee meeting. Of course, they're planning a number of recreation-related things upcoming, which are outlined in these minutes. But what I'd like to highlight from the meeting that I attended was this year we've budgeted funds to be able to do some property work on the lawn that's to the back and to the left of the center, where there's kind of a brown sandy area behind the pavilion. What we budgeted this year was to be able to bring in some topsoil, level it out, and then get some seed growing, being some grass seed. Councillor Dayu had some excellent ideas for some native ground cover that would be an alternative to regular grass, which would allow us to mow less while also providing the same type of green space. So together we looked at some options and went outside and was able to have a walk around and talk about what the possibilities were there with the committee. And through that discussion, we've landed on topsoil and a native ground clover, or if the clover is not available in these times, a sort of fescue type lower maintenance grass in that spot. We also talked about a wildflower area, and I've got a drawing on the minutes there, just behind the pavilion and along the tree line, which once we get a swing setback in there would just be adjacent to that. At this point, this will be a project that would be pushed into next year, which you'd see in projects and priorities. But what this does is allows everybody to be on the same page and us to be able to have everything in place in the spring to get moving with that. It'll also act as an excellent opportunity for future possibilities. This will be the first time we've tried this type of process with this type of ground cover in this location. So we're looking forward to seeing what we can learn from it.
Sounds like an excellent plan. The one question that I would have is, and I maybe should know the answer to this question, is where are we at with the survey work and severing off a part of the property? I'm just kind of wondering from your diagram whether it doesn't lead into that area.
So yeah, we did get that completed. So that project is done and the severance and the merger has been done. That was to facilitate the moving of the vault privy over to kind of the center of that area along the tree line. But both properties are still ours, and that entire grass area wouldn't, doing work to that wouldn't be affected by that property line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Questions or comments about the report and the project? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Hey, thanks. Just a shout out to the Master Gardeners of Haliburton County, because they did help us to narrow down our native species options, and that was really, really helpful. So thanks very much to them for their support. And to underscore what Chris said, that this is a little bit of an experimentation phase. So we really hope it works well, and we can consider other properties in the future. But just to bring to council's attention, we're not 100% sure that this is going to be the right option. So if you could bear with us a little bit with a small degree of risk that we're taking, let's hope that in a year or two's time we can come back with some really phenomenal results. But we are experimenting here. So just to remember that.
The only other question that I would have is with respect to the wildflower area. Like, it would be nice for it to be in as visible a spot as possible. Will that interfere at all with future plans for an accessibility ramp? I know that it's been on the books for ages and ages, but.
And we did, as a group, talk about that fact as well, that there would be a future possibility of some accessibility upgrades there. And it wouldn't. We've decided on an area that's far enough back from the building that if a ramp ended up coming around the building, it's not going to be in the way of it.
Sounds like a good plan. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Barry?
I think if anything, it would highlight the area. It would almost be.
Well, we look forward to seeing the success in that project. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the committee update and approve the plan? Well, I guess that's part of the budget process. Councillor Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives the November 14th, 2022 Oxton Lake Community Center Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a new draft terms of reference for the Recreation Committee. Do you want to speak to that, Chris?
Yes, so as council will recall, at the last meeting, discussion was given to consolidating some of the recreation committees into one, and I was asked to put together some terms of reference that would outline the function of that committee for council's consideration. Working with staff and Sandra, we did use existing terms of reference for the committees as a template. So there's a number of similarities. In the report, I've highlighted where some of the updates have been, which are minor changes really that through our experience and working with the committees have been points that needed some further clarification, mainly from the committee members' perspective and understanding certain functions. So I've updated those and highlighted what those are. The one other one that I would highlight that I don't think I made clear in the discussion part of the report is that I changed the chairperson. Previous terms of reference were a chairperson being elected annually for council's consideration. I've drafted that would be elected by the committee for the term of council.
Yeah, that makes absolute sense.
Yeah.
I like the new wording. And one of the things that we had talked about with respect to this was consolidating Stanhope and Dorset. And I have been hearing since then from almost everyone, that Oxton Lake should be included, as part of the overall recreation committee, which wouldn't preclude the Oxtongue people from, doing their own planning for events to happen there, but that they also be part of the overall programming and planning for recreation for the municipality as a whole. So the way it's been written, that I think that the terms of reference work with that consolidation. So any questions or comments about the new draft terms of reference? Councillor Barry.
Just one thought, I don't even know if it needs to be in the terms of reference, but in regards to other, I'm thinking specifically the trail system and the ski trails and that, I know those are sort of through the department, but it would be nice if those events and those activities could be highlighted through the rec committee. And like events that are happening maybe down the road with the airport, like I would just like to see a broader recreation sort of philosophy that can happen through this committee. I don't know if that needs to be in the terms of reference, but I just think instead of working each ward as a silo, a nice way to culminate all of us together and just being cognizant of that.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I think that, that there's ways of linking, for instance, if we reactivate the airport committee and there are events going on there, that there be a cooperative working relationship between the rec committee and projects that are going on there. I think that's a good idea, and sort of cross-pollination with respect to trails, and if there's any events that are specific events that are happening with respect to trails. I don't see that the terms of reference would have to change for that to happen. Chris, and then Councillor Shortreed.
I did have similar thoughts when developing this terms of reference, and I put the wording to try to encapsulate those types of considerations, that recreation programs and events at recreation facilities and outdoor spaces throughout the township. Thinking of facilities and outdoor spaces not only as physical building facilities, but trail facilities and other opportunities throughout the township. So my hope would be certainly that, and if we have good interest in this committee as it starts out, having those types of discussions right up front.
Well done. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Very much enjoying the spirit of where we're going here. I do appreciate the direction. My concern is, would someone from Stanhope be interested in talking about a soccer program at Oxtongue Lake or vice versa? Is there going to be difficulty finding people who will want to dedicate time to a Christmas tree lighting at the other side of the township? Because sometimes these activities do take a little bit of work, and who's going to do this and who's going to do that, and I guess that's my primary worry, is finding people who want to dedicate the same amount of time to other areas than they do to their own. And I don't know what other people think on that, but that's my worry.
Well, I mean, we have those separate, like tree lighting is a good example. We have those 3 tree lightings, which can be a little bit frustrating in a way, but I mean, it's still absolutely appropriate. But to me, the people are there that helped organize it. I mean, they've all been organized, and I don't see any difference, really. I think that there's still the people in Oxtongue that would look after the tree lighting in Oxtongue. But I do think that we need to, when we're advertising for these committees, we need to let people know, here's what the expectations are. We're looking for programming township wide. And some people may not be involved in some activities, but at least they're aware that it's not just for their little area. And it's going to take some imagination and some thinking, because there's different facilities in different areas or not. So I'd like us to give it a try, see how it works. We have a couple of enthusiastic members that are responsible for recreation, so we will see how it works. Any other questions about the terms of reference? Councillor Shortreed.
Just one, and along those lines. So I don't know if we can be more specific to the 4 citizens. And can we say one from Stanhope, one from Dorset, one from Oxtongue? Just to have one person from each area on the committee?
Dude, I suppose that maybe should be incorporated into the terms of reference, or does it have to be? I'm not sure.
I just,
And
you don't want
keep
to-
in mind, it's not limited to 4, but
know.
it's a minimum of
I
4.
just don't want to see 3 people only from Stanhope and nobody else or whatever,
No,
right?
nor do we. Chris and then Councillor Barry.
Absolutely, that could be changed in here and made clear. And another consideration I'd offer is when using the word citizens, which is again from previous terms of reference, that's something that in my mind is it's a citizen of the Township of Algonquin Highlands. So would we also like to consider that if there's somebody available, say in the Dorset area or even in the Oxtongue area who ends up falling on the Muskoka Lake of Bays side, that they would be eligible? I could update wording in both regards.
Absolutely, sure. Any other questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
So just to confirm, would this dissolve the Oxtongue Lake Committee? That's the idea?
Yes, the purpose of that committee was to maintain the building, to make sure that the building was not lost, because there was a point, many years ago when there was a consideration to close it. And that's why that particular committee was struck. And there's absolutely no risk of that happening.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just a further effort to consolidate us as a township. I mean, culturally, that's something that we've wanted to do, recognizing that we do have, 3 communities. But we'd like to work together as a township, see how it works. Go ahead.
So then as a follow-on question, say, for example, an activity that used to be, or that has been run by the Oxtongue Lake Committee, the speaker series, where about 3 or 4 times a summer, someone is invited to the community center in order to talk about monarch butterflies or wolves or whatever the case might be. If there is only one person from Oxtongue on the rec center, on the rec committee, would that person then recruit other people from Oxtongue to help to run that? Or would they be looking to someone from Stanhope to support, or someone from Dorset to support the running of that speaker series?
I don't know that we have to be limited to one member from Oxtongue Lake on the committee.
Okay.
There could be more than one member.
Okay.
I mean, I think we've got 2 names that have been submitted and they could both be on the rec committee. I would see that there would be some working together, but I'm looking for thoughts from other members of council. I don't see any reason why there can't be a broadening of the speaker series to maybe, to other areas. I know that it's been active there and I don't see any reason why it can't continue.
Right.
Any other thoughts or comments, Councillor Barry?
I mean, we haven't talked about the appointments quite yet, but we will be later on. But I see the agenda sort of having each ward of the municipality being recognized as like an agenda item. So like what's happening and a calendar of events. And I'm hopeful that each area has volunteers at the ready that maybe would rather help out with those events than necessarily sit on a committee. I feel that sometimes people are like, I just want to come and do the events and help with those things, but I don't want to commit to a monthly meeting or that. I think there's opportunity.
Any further thoughts, Chris?
Yeah, I think those types of discussions are something that would happen at the committee level as well. And it's important to distinguish between volunteers and the committee members, and those volunteer opportunities will still be available, such as the Dorset Snowball, where a number of volunteers are coming in that aren't committee members. And that's where that opportunity would lie. And certainly we'd look to the people, I think, who are members of those communities, who are representing those communities, to kind of know their neighbors and know the people in the community who might be interested in getting involved. And sure, the committee could then discuss that they would reach out to those individuals.
Any other questions or concerns? Okay. Madam Clerk.
I just had one question and a thought. Did council want to give consideration to putting a maximum number on the committee or leaving it open?
Thoughts? Counselor Short-Reed?
I don't think we have to worry about a maximum.
Yeah, let's wait and see how many we get. I can see that, you know, with the consolidation that it might get to be a bigger committee but I think that we'll likely get the same. Hopefully a few more, but even with a few more, I don't think we're going to be overwhelmed with too many members, but good thought. So could I have a mover and a seconder to accept the terms of reference as amended? Counselor Short-Reed, Counselor Berry.
Moved by Council Short-Reed, second by Council Berry. Be it resolved, Council receives report PRT 3022 regarding Algonquin Highlands Recreation Committee draft terms of reference submitted by Chris Card and dated December 8th, 2022. And the council hereby approves the consolidation of the Stanhope and Dorset Recreation Committees and the Oxton Lake Community Center Committee to create one Township of Algonquin Highlands Recreation Committee, and the council approves the Algonquin Highlands Recreation Committee terms of reference as amended, and further council directs staff to advertise for members for the Recreation Committee.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, the last report is winter plowing for the Trails Office.
Yeah, so this would be to authorize signing an agreement for plowing at the Frost Center, both the ski trails parking lot as well as the Trails Office parking lot. This is the second time this has happened in recent history. The previous one a year ago at the Big East Lake parking lot, where our existing operators had to drop these contracts due to increasing insurance cost requirements that didn't allow them to be able to continue with some of their commercial contracts. And that's what's happened here. I was fortunate enough to be able to quickly find a contractor nearby who was able to fulfill this for a reasonable cost that fits in our budget. So just looking for authorization to sign this.
Any questions on this proposal? Could I have a mover and a seconder to authorize proceeding with the contract? Councilors Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councilor Richards, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that council receives report PRT 3122 regarding winter plowing contract for Algonquin Highlands Trails Office parking submitted by Chris Card and dated December 8th, 2022. And the council approves Backer Construction to conduct the plowing at the Trails Office as quoted and directs a bylaw be brought forward authorizing the mayor and clerk to execute the said agreement.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Next up is building and bylaw enforcement. I think we'll try and get through building and bylaw and environmental business, and then we'll have a break. Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Would you like to update us on your activities?
I would. It's like most months, very straightforward. This past month was quite a bit less on the construction end of things that the summer realized. We realized 8,000 in fees and about 500,000 in construction value. Other highlights, our bylaw officer did complete parts 1 and 2 of Ontario Association of Property Standards Officer training. And our deputy chief building official cleared multiple outstanding septic remedial action files on, like, we started at the 2018 and we've got about a 97% completion rate on that year. So we're starting to tackle that. And that's about it for building bylaw this month.
Any questions on the building and bylaw report? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councilors Berry and Richards.
Moved by Councilor Berry, second by Councilor Richards. Be it resolved, council receives report BLDG 1522 submitted by Greg Moore and dated December 8th, 2022 for information.
All in favor? That was easy.
Thank you.
Next is environmental business. Good morning, Melissa.
Technology is a little bit more complicated today than I anticipated.
That's all right.
Next second here. All right.
So first up is your monthly activities report.
Yeah, so usual business in the environment world. Landfill operations, obviously, just getting some of our winter work preparations done, and some training with that. And just a quick update on Maple Lake Operations Center. Obviously, that's the project on go. So there's still continuing work on that. If you've been by there, the bin wall is now taking shape. So that's a pretty exciting sort of change there. Things will obviously slow down now, put on hold for the winter, to get work on the ground in the spring again. The Hawk Lake closure project is complete. All the contract work has been completed. The ministry has been notified that closure activities have been completed. So that's another pretty big project heading out there. So otherwise, just busy with workshops and meetings. Still lots going on in the transition world for the Blue Box program, and a regular budget discussions and things like that. So we've had some meetings obviously with the county and the climate change coordinator there, looking at some program ideas moving forward. So we can talk a little bit more about those and projects and priorities, but that's been an interesting discussion there as well.
Right on. Are there specific, have there been any specific problems or delays with the Maple Lake project?
There just been some minor delays, just as far as, weather, obviously, and some delivery delays on getting materials in. But I think they've all been addressed. It's just been changes to the schedule a bit, and this sort of weather window we've had in the last week or two has provided us an opportunity to catch up with some of those delays. So I think we're back on schedule.
One of the concerns that has been raised to me, and it may have been mentioned to you, was the proximity of the cleared area to the trail that's there and the loss of the parking area. Now, I would suggest that the area that was there before was probably bigger than it needed to be, but the area that's been dedicated to parking now is not big enough, and there's not enough depth in it, so it's almost like the vehicles could be like almost right on the curve on the road. So I just wonder if there's a plan going forward to try and address that. Really did come close to the trail, and there have been a number of complaints raised with me about where their people are to park using the trail. But just something to think about going forward, that maybe we can come up with a bit of a plan to deal with that.
And thank you, Mayor. Certainly in the longer term plan, obviously, when that site comes together, there will be a much more substantial parking area, and that will be addressed there. This has just been temporary while construction is ongoing.
Okay.
So it's certainly in the works there. If there's something, if there's some suggestions or ideas for what there is currently, we can certainly, look at those.
I think as long as people know that it's a temporary fix right now, that they can live with that. But they just want some assurance that there'll be, safe and sufficient parking going forward. Councillor Barry.
One of the things that I've heard is not so much the parking area, it's the distance from parking to the bins. And if there's any sort of accessibility or, areas of, so I'm thinking some seniors that are having trouble actually going literally the distance to get to the bins. If that's going to be, is that temporary or will there be changes coming forward there?
If I may.
Go ahead.
Certainly the new design plan, very different from the existing situation, and that, yes, will certainly be addressed. Be more bins, closer access, easier access. Certainly, if there's challenges currently, I mean, working with the site attendants, you know, we're really trying to get the word out. If you need a hand, if you need assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. And
Having to ask for help.
and they're, you know, they've been asked to, you know, be accessible, you know, to have somebody up at the bin area there to lend a hand when needed. So.
And there is, every time I've been there, there's been somebody up at the bin area and willing to help. Other questions or comments about this report? Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, Council receives report AB 322 submitted by Melissa Murray and dated December 8th, 2022 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your report on recycling and waste hauling contract.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a little bit more of a challenging question to council. So it comes up in a timely, our contract, obviously, for hauling and processing of mainly our blue box materials, but some of our waste materials as well. The contract is ending April 31st of 2023. The expectation was that we would be into a situation where we were in blue box transition by that point, so we wouldn't be looking at new contracts, but that has been reassigned to March of 2024. So we do need a plan in place for that interim period. And then it brings us into the question, and this is a very large question, and I've put a lot of options on the table. Do we want to look forward to the end of this transition period, which ends in December 31st of 2025? After that point, producer responsibility will come into effect for hauling of those materials. So it's an interesting period of time, and I've put a fair number of options on the table just to sort of say, like, there's a lot we can look at here. And I just wanted to make sure you're aware of sort of the scope of where we can go. I don't have all of the information we need maybe to make some of those longer term decisions. But if council feels like that's the direction to go, then we can start working towards that. So we can look at shorter term, longer term, midterm, where we want to see. So it's a bit challenging. Normally when we do procurement for these services, they're for longer periods of time. You know, 5 and 10 year contracts aren't unusual because each transition has changes. There's challenges, different program details. Sometimes there's infrastructure changes required and that sort of thing. So this is a bit of an unusual situation where we could be having to look at a very short term, or we could start planning for that longer term period. So,
excuse me.
The 5 options I've given are sort of the spectrum from, let's just address our immediate need, and looking at that, whether we want to look at continuing on with our existing contractors or doing a procurement process for that. Or do we want to start looking at this point at longer term contract, given that there's a lot of unknowns, there's questions that I can't answer at this time for that period of time starting as of April 1st, 2024. That gap of time until the end of 2025, we have been given some information about contracts and that sort of thing with the producer responsibility organization. but we don't have on the table yet. Hopefully it will be soon. What their offers of compensation are, what their service agreements are. So there's a lot there that's not known. And just for your assurance, we'll talk a bit more about this in projects and priorities. And as well, as I mentioned at the last meeting, that I will be bringing forward another report in January just to sort of help us get on the process of gaining a lot of this information and just getting a better picture of where we're at. It's fairly complicated and like I say, there's a lot of questions and there's a lot of answers that are expected shortly. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of where we're going there. So I'm hopefully everyone's had a chance to sort of mull over these ideas, and maybe if I could just, if you'd be willing to, sort of share what the feeling is as far as, what direction.
Well, it's a good report. You've given us lots of options and lots of information. I look to council to see if there are questions or concerns. I mean, I personally would likely go with your recommendation for option one, but I'd like to hear what other members of council have got to say or questions that you might have. Councillor Richards. Could you put your mic on, please? That's so the public can hear you. We can hear you, but.
So just a little bit of clarification on where this is going. And it may be that we really just don't know yet, but it's going towards the producers for responsibility. So is what you're saying here is that in the transition period, we're going to be responsible for taking to like a designated depot that they've chosen of the material. And then when the transition period ends, they're going to be doing that? Or is there some kind of compensation between us that is ongoing? Is that what's going on?
Great question. And when I put this report together, I felt like I was putting the cart before the horse because I haven't been able to give you that picture to date yet, but I'm asking you to make decisions on where we want to go. So at the end of the transition period, so that's starting January 1st, 2026, hauling and processing blue box materials essentially will become the responsibility of producers. The township may be able to provide service to those producers for things like collection and management, but the intent that they have expressed is that they will be responsible for hauling and processing. So those will be their responsibility. They'll have contracts for those, but they may look to municipalities to provide services that we already do at our depot sites for collection. So the details of how that might work haven't been discussed yet. What we have been discussing is how the details of the transition period, so our transition date, April 1st to 2024 to January 1st of 2026, of how that period might work. And so far, the ideas on the table is that producers would ideally like to work with municipalities and depots, that we would continue to offer basically the services that we do, with the exception of processing. So they would take over that's after the materials have been brought to a receiving facility and then they're getting recycled. So they would take on that part, but they would like us to continue on to collect and transport. The challenge we have there is the receiving facilities where those materials will get brought are not known yet. So it's we'd be hauling materials to an unknown location. So that's a bit challenging to ask a contractor to commit to that sort of thing, but it is possible to do. And then that we would be offered compensation for that. So at this time, there's some discussions and some negotiations going on about how that compensation package works. Some of the terms, there's some changes in how the producers would like the system to operate. So whether we can accommodate those or not will be things that we'll get to talk about a bit more later, so.
That answers your question? Sort of.
Yeah, for now, obviously, there's a lot to unpack in that. That I'm sure you'll be doing in your communications, and we'll probably have to talk about more as it keeps going.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Barry.
I think over the last 4 years, there has never been a file that has felt more like chasing the end of a rainbow than this. You know, there's always so many unknown things that are so entirely outside of our control that I feel strongly supporting option number 1 because it is something tangible. You know, we know this company, we work well with them. It's a concrete time, concrete terms. It feels secure. And I love the idea that, you know, we can look at the results of both Dysart and Minden and just see where they lined up in their competitive bids, just to make sure we're on that right track. But I say, let's go for what we know. And that's option number 1.
I suggest it might be more like chasing a dog's tail than the end of a rainbow, but Councillor Barry.
Yeah, I support option 1 as well, especially where it says a competitive agreement could be negotiated with the other municipalities as well. So that's great.
I'm seeing concurrence and nods from council on your recommendation for option 1. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive and move in that direction? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Barry.
If I may, just, and to clarify that, the results of those negotiations will be brought back to council, so.
Thank you.
You'll know where we are.
Look forward to that.
Obviously. Thank you so much.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives report EB 422 regarding recycling and waste hauling and processing contracts submitted by Melissa Murray and dated December 8th, 2022. And the council directs staff to proceed with option 1 as identified in the said report.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 10:45. Welcome back. The next report on the agenda is fire services. Welcome, Chief.
Mayor and Council.
So your first report is your monthly activities.
Yes, I do have 3 highlights. First one is we did receive our emergency management compliance through Emergency Management Ontario. So it's the second year in a row we've received it, so, which is nice to see. It shows we're doing all the requirements of Emergency Management Ontario with the proper training and that. And a lot of that's got to do with the support of Mayor and Council from last year, where we chose to use an outside agency to do our mandatory training in tabletop for emergency management. Having them do it met all the compliance requirements. So it relieves staff pressures to do that supporting part of it. So tentatively, that's going to be for another additional 4 years. The other highlight from that is we did it as all 4 townships and the county together. So all 5 entities are trained the same. So if we had a big event, we can actually drop people in place from the other townships or the county in that, because we've all been trained the same, which is a real highlight there. And the second is we issued 37 burn permits last year. No real issues. We did lay 2 charges under the burn ban, but in general went really, really well. And just for council's knowledge, through our service delivery and the county, we've been requested as fire chiefs to do a new burn bylaw because the 4 townships are all different. So we'll be bringing forward to council in the spring once we work together as the 4 townships to make it more uniform, so we're all the same. And the last thing is training Officer Shelley. He completed his incident safety officer course. is required of the fire department have an instant safety officer, and it goes hand in hand with the training officer. And the role of the fire scene is just to have that set of eyes and watch smoke conditions and various things, to make sure that they're working in a safe environment. That's the three highlights, and I think we've had a really good year.
Well, and it's really good to see the different departments working together and the municipalities working together with the county and things becoming more streamlined. There's been a lot of good work done there. Any questions on the activity report, Councillor Barry?
Not so much on the activity report. I just wondered if there's any scheduled what do you call it, like the recognition award ceremony?
Yes, we normally would have that in December, but with the Dorset Rec Center not being ready for this year, each association is having their own little departmental Christmas party. My intentions I'd like to see is in the spring that we have an event, and what I'm intently thinking is it'll take place in the Parkhead in Dorset. There'll be a family event where the spouses would come in, the kids have a barbecue, vote or invite the various dignitaries, present them with the year's of service medals, which I do have all up to date. A couple challenging ones. It was 2 firefighters in Oxton Lake have been there over 35 years, and they were getting their ribbons, but they never ever actually received their medals because back in the day they weren't applied for. So they're just in the process. They will be coming for that time too. So I think it'd be good to get the families to intertwined. This over the last year and a half, the progress of making us be known as the Algonquin Highlands Fire Service and not Stanhope, Oxon Lake in Dorset is really going forward. I think it's really nice to see they work hand in hand. They're training a lot together now. And at fire scenes, they work together well. So will be something coming up in the spring.
Well, we really look forward to that.
Yes.
Sounds like a really good plan.
I think so. I think it is. I remember as a kid, my father was a firefighter for 40 years. So I remember as a kid going and playing baseball and slack races and all that with all the families, and it really interwhelmed. Do look forward to that.
Any other questions on the report? Can I have a mover and a second to receive it? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards. Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, Council receives report FD 2522 regarding monthly activities submitted by Michael French and dated December 8th, 2022, and that Council appoints Nicole Warner as a firefighter for Station 80. All in favor? That's carried. Next is the fire protection agreement with the Algonquin Park. And I would just like to say, we really appreciate the work that you've done on this. I mean, it makes a huge difference. We were not in a very good position before, and this has improved that position considerably. So your work is appreciated on it.
Thank you. As far as report goes, whole agreement has taken a lot of effort for the CEO and with Don Newhook and that to get this all done. Really wanted to expedite it for the end of the year. We did talk closed council, but for Councillor Richards' knowledge, just a quick overview here. We haven't had our agreement with the Algonquin Park updated since 2011. When it originally was done, we had a retainer $1,000. It wasn't with the standard it should be with what we're supplying for service. But it was more an issue of liabilities. We never knew what was ours to go to and what wasn't. So with support of council, we did pull our agreement back till we negotiated something proper. So I'm really pleased to say we now have retainer $25,000 a year to work in the park. Previously, we was $325 a vehicle when it responded per hour. It is now $509 based on Ministry of Transportation rates. And it's surprising how it works, but I just got an update from MTO is with the consumer price indexing at 6.7 this year, it just took up to 540 as of the 1st of November. So it's in our agreement now that we won't ever get behind because we will follow imperial rates. So it'll be just a yearly and it'll keep going forward. I'm confident in reviewing it that we met all our liability needs. And it takes the onus off the officers, especially Oxon Lake, deciding, do I go or don't I go? Where we did enhance is we now, if there's a medical anywhere in the park, in our coverage area, we will be going and will be compensated for it. But we wanted to have some checks and balances. So it has to come through Muskoka Ambulance or who normally does that area. They have to request us. We aren't just going to go when somebody says we see we see somebody sitting on the side of the road, because we need to have some kind of checks and balances, so we're chasing everything. And in general, I think we're very well covered for our liabilities and financially going forward. Thank you to everyone who helped, and it's been a long time coming.
Thanks to everyone. As you said, team effort. Any questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, council receives report FD 2622 regarding fire protection agreement for Algonquin Park submitted by Michael French and dated December 8th, 2022. And further, that council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a fire protection agreement between His Majesty the King and Right of Ontario as represented by the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks and the Corporation of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for a period commencing April 1st, 2022 to March 31st, 2027. And further, that council authorize the funds from the retainer be directed to the Fire Services Reserve.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is finance. Good morning, Madam Treasurer.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I apologize, I'm just getting used to this.
We're all getting used to this.
I have help, it's all good.
Okay, first up is your report on year-end reserves, transfers.
Yes, thank you. So this report is prepared at the end of the year just to give council an idea of where we're at with the reserve transfers. Notably, in my act as treasurer, I would prefer to wait until we finish the year and give you a much more up-to-date version of the reserve transfer. So come in January, you will see exactly where we land, because invoices are still coming in for capital projects and so forth. So the actual dollars that we transfer out of reserves will be based on the expenditures that have happened for those capital projects. So we'll have a much better idea once all of the invoices have come in, and council will be given that information. All the transfers into reserves per the budget have been completed. So those are already in place. And one other item or whether consideration is that if there are specific items within the expenditure operational side of things that were planned for this year that didn't proceed because of supply and demand or what have you, my thought is that those monies would be moved into the reserve, and then it would not affect the budget the following year. So those costs, it'll be budgeted in 2023, but the revenue side, the reserve transfer from the previous year would move in to offset it as a net zero to the budget for the coming year. So those things, all of those things will happen over the next month or so during the year end. And then I'll give you a final, information on the reserves. One of the big items was the Dorset Rec Center. We had decided we were going to transfer 900,000 out of reserves and 100,000 back in as a payment. But because we haven't proceeded with the project at this time, those monies will remain in the reserves that they were come from and be reappointed next year once we know more about the rec center.
So if a project is not completed in a certain department, would it go into working funds reserved and then transferred back out to the department, or would it go into a specific reserve identified for that department or project?
If a project's not completed, it would stay within the departmental reserve if it's available. In certain cases, there will be surpluses operationally that would go to the working reserve. But if there's a specific reserve for a specific department, those funds would be moved. And that way the expenditure is shown for the year that it was planned, but the money is there to offset the future.
Any questions on that? I'm with respect to the revenues from shoreline road allowances. I'm really nervous about, having sufficient funds for the Dorset project. And I have an inclination that maybe, that those funds this year should be possibly identified to be added into that fund, just as a bit of a cushion, but I look to council to see what your thoughts are with respect to that. Councillor Shortreed, and Deputy Mayor Dayoud, and Councillor Berry.
I agree. And I think going forward, we're gonna have to look at everything being higher in cost, a lot higher. So this is just the start, but I agree that it's gonna be a lot higher than what we thought. Hopefully not, but probably.
Deputy Mayor Dayoud.
I understand the rationale for that. I really do. And I'm glad that we can shift things around within reserves as needed. That's a good provision. In keeping with the spirit of Shore Road allowance revenues, I'm still of the mind that we could put it within the docks and landings reserve, which is fairly low, and we've got lots of projects ahead in docks and landings, but I'm absolutely happy to go with whatever council decides, because we can shift things around as needs be.
There's no question that all of those things are important, and we do need to have more funds in that particular reserve. I'm just looking at right now what our public is absolutely, screaming at us about, and what, we see as our top priority. We'll be able to land a little bit better on that after we've had our projects and priorities discussion and when we see the budget. But, here you go. Councillor Berry.
Yeah, I support. I sort of struggled with those two as sort of my top, and I thought just given the state of where the rec center is and the time that it's taken for it to get back running, that's where I support as well.
Madam Treasurer.
If I may, there's no rule that says that the full amount has to go to one side or the other. So council may, at their discretion, decide that 50% goes to docks and landings and 50% goes to DRC. Obviously up to you, but I mean, you can allocate those monies how you wish. So it could be spent.
I just see that the percent increase that what we're likely to see on the Dorset Rec Center will eat that amount of money up. Like right now and then some. And that's kind of why I'm there. And that's not taking away, from the need to invest money in docks and landings or any other number of projects that are seen by other members as priorities. So do you wish us to, it looks like you want us to specify where that money should go now?
It's normally done within this, but I mean, we will be going through the projects and priorities and a budget time. So we basically know it needs to go to recreation related. But the ERC is a logical spot.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can, there's opportunities to make shuffles or draw from reserves when we need to. So can we agree on the, it landing within the Dorset Rec Center area? Sound reasonable? I'm seeing nods. Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then to that effect? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Richards, be it resolved, council receives report TT 3422 regarding the 2022 year-end reserve transfers submitted by Jean Hughes and dated December 8th, 2022. And the council concurs with the recommendations made in said report regarding the adjustment of year-end transfers related to projects and purchases, and that council directs staff to transfer the revenues from the sale of the Shoreline Road Allowance project to the Dorset Recreation Center project.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next is the auditors letters.
Yes, these are just standard letters that are prepared and submitted by the auditors each year in relation to the engagement and then the planning for the audit for the 2022 year. So these are just for just need authorization to sign the letters and proceed with the audit accordingly.
And how much longer is our contract with this particular auditor?
I believe next year possibly is the end year, but I have to check on that. So
Okay, and I mean, that's not an indication of concern. It's just, I know that we've got a contract with them.
Yeah.
Any questions on that? Could I have a mover and a seconder to proceed with the HAPL? Deputy Mayor Dayu and Councillor Berry.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, Council receives report TT 3522 is submitted by G News dated December 8th, 2022. And the council has reviewed the auditor letters and directs the mayor to sign the letters on behalf of the Township of Algonquin Highlands to proceed with the 2022 audit process.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, your account summary.
Yes, just the standard. If anybody has questions.
Any questions on the account summary? Well, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive that report? Councillor Berry and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, council has reviewed the expenditures incurred to set out an account summary for TT 3622 in the amount of $719,754.62 and hereby approves payment as safe.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Jeannie.
Thank you, everyone.
Next are our administration reports. First being the council meeting schedule.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before council is a report with the proposed meeting schedule for 2023. The dates of the meetings are in accordance with our procedural bylaw being the first and third Thursdays of the months, and January and December in accordance with the policy passed by council regarding the holidays. Excuse me. And the reduced schedule in the summer as per past practice for one meeting month in June, July, and August.
Any questions on the report? Just for Councillor Richards' information, anytime that anything comes up, we can call a special meeting for any purpose, as long as we, have give proper notice. So it doesn't restrict us from having additional meetings should it be required. Question, Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu.
June. Of all the months, I wonder if June could/should have two meetings in it instead of one.
And your specific reason for that?
Because it's not full summer season where kids are off from school and people are, going off hither and thither. It's more of, I would say, a regular work month from a broader societal perspective. Can't speak to the holiday schedules of obviously within the township, but I don't consider June to be your traditional, everyone's off having a great time month.
I don't disagree with you. We've had conversations about this in the past, and I would look to comments from the CAO about that.
Traditionally, obviously, council knows that those 3 months have been reduced to one. And so staff do look to schedule holidays around that. It may not be the public out enjoying, but it does provide an opportunity for staff before summer gets very busy. And but obviously we will do whatever council wishes.
I thought about this quite a bit last night, and the only other thing that I can see is that June is a time when Public Works is pretty much full swing, which helps them and working with their schedules. But if I had my way, we'd have two meetings every month throughout the year. But that's we talked about that and landed in a I think a pretty good compromise. Comments from other members of council about the schedule? As we said, we can have a meeting whenever we feel it's needed. If something comes up in June or there's a lot of business to conduct, we can have another meeting. Any other comments? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder stay with the schedule as proposed? Councillors Berry and Short Reed.
By Councillor Berry, second by Councillor Short Reed. Be it resolved, council receives report CO 2522 regarding 2023 council meeting schedule submitted by Don Newhook and dated December 8th, 2022. And the council concurs with the recommendations made in the said report and sets the 2023 meeting schedule dates as follows: January 19th, February 2nd and 16th, March 2nd and 16th, April 6th and 20th, May 4th and 18th, June 15th, July 20th, August 17th, September 7 and 21, October 5th and 19th, November 2nd and 16th, and December 14th.
All in favor? That's carried. And that's not to take away from any of the other departments that are also in full swing by June. I didn't want to minimize anybody. Okay, next is the post-election accessibility report, which I must say is a fine and detailed report.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, just this is for council's information as a follow-up to the election and the requirements for accessibility. And it's also a requirement to post this report to the public as well. There's just the highlights of things that staff did for accessibility requirements, and I can advise council that I did not receive any requests for additional accommodations or any complaints at this point regarding the election.
Any questions on that report? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Deputy Mayor Dayu and Councillor Shortreed.
By Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council receives report CO 2622 regarding the post-election accessibility report for information submitted by Donna Hook and dated December 8th, 2022.
All in favor? That's carried. Well, next is an item that may cause a little bit of discussion, and that is the proposal on electronic committee meetings. I stress the word committee, not council. Whose report is that? Sorry, Don, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As Council discussed at the previous meeting, November 17th, excuse me, the possibility of conducting their committee meetings via electronic method, via Zoom. So staff has put together this report, highlighted the options in there. Option one, obviously do nothing, continue to have them in person and open to the public, obviously. Option two is to allow them to be held by Zoom, but not live stream. This would meet the requirements of the meeting, allow the members to attend via Zoom, and we could offer a link, a sign-up link for any members of the public that wish to view the meeting. This would reduce the requirement to have IT, staff time, additional staff time to have everybody in a room and figuring out the logistics of how we would do a live streaming committee meeting. So those are the three options before council, and happy to answer any questions. The one thing I'd like to add is that the proposal in option two is to have the staff member that's appointed to that committee run that meeting, set it up, send out the invites. The museum committees do not have a staff member on their committees, as well as I believe one of the museum meetings meet in the evening too, indoors. Which may pose some challenges.
So the comments that I would make before I look to questions or comments from council is that I see that if we went with option two, it opens up more opportunities. I think that we'll get more interest. It facilitates more involvement in committee meetings. You know, I think from that perspective, it may work very well, and people have a choice. They can go to the meeting in person, or they can attend via Zoom as they see fit. Option two limits the amount of staff time that's required. And it's unfortunate at this time that, as Don said, that the museums, I think at this point in time would have to be, would not be included in this because there isn't any staff time associated with it. And I know that the Stanhope Museum does meet regularly in the day here in Chambers, and they've always come in person. And, you know, I think that we're going to have to leave them as is for now and see if we, you know, if we get a, you know, amount of concern or pushback from those committees. I think it's kind of challenging right now to have to assign a staff person to work in the evening in Dorset. You know, we don't have that right now, and I'm not sure we want to go there, but I would look to hear comments or questions. Councillor Shortreed.
And I think the Dorset Museum will be okay operating as it is, and you're quite happy. I don't think that they would want to go with the Zoom option, but I think having the Township Recreation Committee would be a benefit for getting members township wide to join that committee.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yeah, if Dorset and Stanhope museums want to stay the way they are, then absolutely fine. I think most of us sit on a number of different community groups or boards or whatever around the township and beyond. And frankly, getting a Zoom invite out the day before is not a big deal. A lot of people feel comfortable with it. And I'm sure that someone within any of the committees would feel comfortable issuing a Zoom invite. So I don't know, instead of excluding the museum committees, if we could offer that as an option to them.
Well, we need to consider that because then we're talking about adding staff time to those committees.
May I?
Yep, go ahead.
From what I understood, though, we wouldn't need staff time in order to issue just a Zoom invitation. Would we require staff time in order to have a Zoom meeting? I don't see the logical link there. There might be a statutory link, but just in terms of running the meeting, Zoom is the most common thing on the planet right now. And I can't imagine that there wouldn't be someone in those committees who could, take responsibility for that.
Would you like to comment on that?
Just the thought process behind that was the township has to purchase the licenses for people to host a Zoom webinar and to allow them to have the full capability of hosting a meeting that runs over 40 minutes. I mean, it can be done, but the thought process was we'd have to train volunteers how to do that. And
rely on their being available for every meeting.
it can be done should council wish that, but that was a thought process to leave it in-house with people that run the meetings or maybe more familiar running a meeting via Zoom.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if it's important that the township pay for those licenses, then I get that completely. I think on the couple of community groups that I'm on that are not township related, the majority of people have their own Zoom accounts, and someone just sends out the invite and it just works. It doesn't seem to be more complicated than that, but
And these are municipal organizations?
no,
or-
they're not. Like the Halliburton Highlands Land Trust is one. We all have Zoom, and most of us have the upgraded account that allows us to
No
host-
time limit.
no time limit, and it just happens.
Is there a fee associated with an updated or upgraded?
There is.
See, so then you're asking somebody to
Someone
assume a cost and to be guaranteed to be available. I do see some challenges with what you're suggesting. You know, we're moving, into a new way of doing things. And I think that, there's going to be glitches. We're going to find things that do and don't work. And, as Dawn suggests, there's a bit of a trial period. So I'd like to hear from other members of council about what their thoughts are. Councilor Barry?
One of my thoughts was, I thought I read it, but then I tried to find it again and I didn't see anything in here about a trial. Like maybe this is something that we try for much like the 4-day work week. We sort of
5 or 6 months.
take this on for 5 or 6 months and then reevaluate of what's working, what isn't working. And my one thing is I support option 2. But what I didn't find super clear was that we would be able to, that we're now just meeting via Zoom, or we would be meeting in person and Zoom. I have attended a couple meetings where it's a hybrid where some people are on and some people are on screen. And I must say, unless there is a screen that everyone can see, it can present challenges.
And I think what's being proposed is that you have the option of either attending via Zoom or in person. And that does come with some challenges, which are part of the things that we need to work out. I like the idea of a trial. I mean, I think we're going to have a trial period for this. I would suggest that maybe it might go to the end of the year. By the time we actually get people on the committee, get the, everything in place, that it might go, which would, give us a chance to see where we're at with the museums and, how that works and what, if they've got strong feelings one way or the other. I mean, it's fine to say, I think they'd be fine. But, we might find that they're not, that they want to have that option, but then we've got staff accommodation. And I see that we have staff accommodation to do that as opposed to, trying to rely on a member of the public. And I mean, that's just the way I see it. But for now, I think let's give it a try, with option 2 and see how it works. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think as far as the museums go, dialogue with them would probably be best to see which way they want to go with it. If they're happy to stay as they are, or if they want to do it via Zoom, they may voluntarily come forward to take responsibility to host the Zoom meeting themselves. But overall, as far as our township is concerned, I think that our culture of having a vast majority of seasonal population lends to this, in that it allows inclusivity of people who don't really live here in being involved in our committees, in our community, during the winter season when they're not here. So I think to do it on a trial basis to work out the bugs is definitely the way to go. But I'm happy to see willingness to move forward in doing this.
I take your point. I do. It does allow for more involvement. The only thing that I would say, there's been some observations from time to time that committee members, not councillors specifically, but members of the public, are tend to act a little bit like mini councils, where they direct staff what to do, and then the staff does it and they don't help. And we're looking for volunteers in some cases, and that's a difficult thing, or a challenge for somebody who who wants to be involved only from their home in Markham. But that's not to say that there wouldn't be valuable input, or to say that they would be precluded from joining a committee. So it does offer more opportunity. So I'm hearing general agreement to a trial option 2. Madam CAO.
Just for clarification, can we get direction on the museums? Because Councillor Richards just mentioned about offering that option to museums. So
yeah, I know, I hear you. What you're saying is still, we need to accept that if we're going to make that offer, that we are also going to have to, or the possibility is that we have to assign staff. Councillor Shortreed.
Can it be the counselor instead of staff? Because for the museum, if I'm not there.
Well, one or the other of the appointed councillors must be there for a meeting to take place. So then you're talking about 2 licenses.
2 for each museum meeting?
For, as Don said about the running the Zoom meeting.
Yes, and actually just recently, we've been in contact with a representative from Zoom about consolidating licenses, and there may be an opportunity to figure out, but whoever is running the meeting is still going to need a license. And if they send it out, to my understanding, and they set it up and they can't be there that night, then somebody needs their staff can take it back and put some more thought around that, because this will have to come back, because the terms of reference will have to be updated to reflect the rules of electronic meetings, as well as, so we do have some time to look into it.
And I can't speak for the Dorset Museum and how they would see it. I've been on the Stanhope Museum Committee for quite some time, and I know that they like to meet physically, but they may decide that they like the idea of a blended meeting in the middle of the winter and crappy weather. Go ahead.
And I think the Dorset committee, and I think Lisa can go to it, would probably still like to meet in person. I think so.
There's a real benefit to meeting in person.
But we can talk about it for the future too. The museum committee.
So I don't know that where we exactly landed. Should we offer the museums that opportunity and see what we get back from them? Madam CAO.
I was just going to ask is it possible to roll out the other committees first? And then see how onerous it is, and then we'd know whether we could roll it out to the museums.
That sounds like a reasonable approach. Thank you. So we'll go with the recommendation as provided. Sorry, Counselor Barry.
Just one question in regards to terms of reference, Zoom meetings, like, is there like procedural, is it in our procedural bylaw or what? That the timing in which minutes, like you'd have to have your invitation by a certain time period, you would have to, what I don't want to see is people thinking they're going to show up in person, but now they're Zooming, and just, you want to know that the people that are coming to the meeting are giving enough notice that they're coming virtually or in person. If there's a process to that, I guess.
Go ahead.
That can be captured in the terms of reference. And it's set by the committee for the chair or whoever's organizing the meeting. You know, we need 10 days confirmation on how you will be attending.
10 days.
I'm just throwing that out there. Like,
I don't know what I'm
7
doing in
days.
10 days. Go ahead.
My follow-up to that question is that in the case of inclement weather, how that works. So it's a case of everyone wants to show up in person, but then they see the weather's, you know, you're coming down to Stanhope from Oxtongue and you've decided, actually, I'm going to zoom in. So I just wondered how that works. Because I like the flexibility, but I also like some sort of a process in it.
There, in that case, it depends on if the person can pull together the meeting by a link, or if it's inclement weather and people can't make it, if the meeting has to be canceled, then that's the other option. But those things can be tested and worked out during this year to see how it works, and it can be tweaked along the way as well. We see something that doesn't work.
Let's give it a try. So did I get a mover and a seconder? No. Could I have a mover and a seconder to proceed with option 2? Councillor Short Reed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Short Reed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that council receives report CO 2822 regarding electronic committee meetings submitted by Don Newhook and dated December 8th, 2022. And the council directs staff to proceed with option 2 identified in the said report.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is the appointment of council members to external boards. Now this is, did I miss something? Oh, sorry, Integrity Commissioner Services. Go ahead, Don.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a report with a recommendation to appoint a new integrity commissioner for the Township of Algonquin Highlands. As council is aware, we had Mr. Harold Elston, and his contract will be ending December 31st, 2022. So the clerks of the 4 local municipalities, as well as the manager from HR from the County of Haliburton, went through a recruitment process for integrity commissioner. And we conducted interviews, and we have the recommendation of Mr. Tony Fleming for the integrity commissioner from Cunningham's and Swan.
I've heard extremely good reports about Mr. Fleming.
Yeah, the reference checks were very positive.
Comments or questions about that? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to move forward with that? Councillors Richards and Short Reed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Short Reed. Be it resolved, council acknowledge receipt of report CO 2922 regarding the appointment of an integrity commissioner. The council concur with the recommendation made in the said report and directs the bylaw be tabled, appointing Tony Fleming of Cunningham, Swan, Cardy, Little, and Bonham LLP as the integrity commissioner for the Township of Algonquin Highlands pursuant to sections 232(3) and 233(8) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, commencing January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026, and the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute the said agreement.
All in favor? It's carried. Then we have the appointment of council members to external boards and agencies, and we're handling this separate from appointments to committees because some of these groups are wanting to meet before we will be able to make our committee appointments in their entirety. So you can see what's laid out here. I think I've mentioned this to all of you that, you know, where you might land. Unless you have any questions, I'd look for a mover and a seconder on this. Counselor, pardon me,
Sorry, I was moving.
okay. Seconder? Counselor Richards. And I've asked that these organizations be notified of who's being appointed so they know who to contact.
Moved by Counselor Short Reed, second by Counselor Richards, be it resolved, council appoints the following members of councils as representatives of the Township of Algonquin Highlands to external boards and committees. Dorset Community Partnership, Counselor Short Reed, Dorset Health Hub, Counselor Short Reed, Muskoka Watershed Council, Counselor Richards, Muskoka River Watershed Communications Committee, Deputy Mayor Dayu, County of Halliburton Climate Action Plan Advisory Group, Deputy Mayor Dayu, Lake of Bays Economic Development Committee, Counselor Short Reed, and Upper Trent Water Management Partnership Council, Counselor Richards.
All in favor? It's carried. Next up is planning business. Good morning, Mr. O'Callahan.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
You have 4 reports, so if you could start off with the first proposed road allowance closing.
Yes, this is a proposal to close a road allowance adjacent to this property in Stanhope. It was presented to council originally at the October meeting, but it was deferred at that time pending further discussions with the neighboring property owner to see if they had any interest in purchasing their half of the road allowance. That conversation has taken place, and that property owner has expressed interest in purchasing their half. So this application will be only to purchase 33 feet of the 66-foot road allowance. So staff would recommend it proceed in that fashion.
Any questions or comments on that application? Hearing none, can I have a mover and a seconder to approve it? Counselor Short Reed and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Counselor Short Reed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu, be it resolved, council receives report PL 13122 regarding the proposed road allowance closing between lots 15 and 16, concession 8, geographic township of Stanhope, submitted by Sean O'Callahan and dated December 8th, 2022, and the council approves in principle application RA 222 made to stop up closing of a half of the said shore road allowance, Eagle, and that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the road allowance closing procedure.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is your report on Bill 23. Thank you for this, Sean. It's a pretty frustrating bill, and I know that there's a lot of concerns about it, and what you're proposing is as comments are right on the money, in my estimation.
Yes, thank you. It is a very thorough bill with lots of significant changes to a number of acts that impact planning and other acts that govern the municipality. So yes, this comments that I have put together here are specific to the Conservation Act proposed changes as well as natural heritage. So I believe I've captured most of the comments I received from council at our previous meeting, but I'm happy to amend or adjust as needed.
It's unfortunate that the bill is actually passed, but I think there are still lots of concerns being raised, and the government is still being approached by many different groups and organizations to make changes. Good comments, Councillor Dayu, or Deputy Mayor Dayu, sorry.
Great comments. Thank you very much for putting this together. And my question really is about process. So what happens now? Is there any chance they're even going to open the envelope on these comments and the comments coming from other municipalities and agencies, or what does your crystal ball say?
I was going to suggest he dig out his crystal ball.
Just with the speed that the province has been pushing for these changes, I'm hopeful that they listen to comments that are received, because there is a lot of outcry from a number of municipalities across the province. Realistically, I'm not sure how many of those changes will actually impact this.
Still important for our voices to be heard, and heard loud and clear. And I think they're hearing similar comments from from all across the board. But I have to agree with Sean, our government does not seem to be too inclined to pay a lot of attention to what other people think. It's unfortunate, but we'll go forward with the comments. Anything else that you'd like to add, Councillor Barry?
Just wanting clarification where the comments were directed. Like, you know, sometimes we direct things or we're asked to direct things in a multitude of places. I just wonder where it specifically lands.
So this will be posted on the environmental registry where comments are received for these proposed changes. Yeah, so they will be publicly available.
I'm just wondering whether they shouldn't also be sent directly to the Premier and to our MPP. I mean, they may file them under G, but I mean, I think it's important that they be sent there.
Yep, we can.
Yeah,
Councillor Barry?
that's why I asked. I was listening, I think it was the CBC the other day, and Mayor Neil from Peterborough was talking about the registry as well as AMO, CCing AMO. So AMO,
Well, that's a good idea to
AMO
copy AMO.
AMO is aware. Apparently they've submitted a 14-page
Yeah.
letter. So I just think the more people that see there's a collective voice, I think is important.
No, it's a good idea to add AMO to that list. Any other comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to move forward with this correspondence? Councillor Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, Council receives report PL 13222 submitted by Sean O'Callaghan and dated December 8th, 2022 regarding Bill 23 More Homes Built Faster Act 2022. And the council supports the proposed comments as drafted and directs staff to submit comments on behalf of the Township of Algonquin Highlands to the province regarding Bill 23.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the proposed severance. Sherburne, thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
This is a proposed application for severance for a property in Dorset. It is the location of the Dorset Timber Mart. There's also a single family dwelling located on this property. The proposal is to sever the single family dwelling from the building outlet supply operation. These properties were originally separate parcels of land which inadvertently merged in 2008 as a result of both properties being under the same name. So they are just looking to separate them once again. The lots proposed do meet the minimum area and frontage requirements. So staff are supportive of the proposal with some recommended conditions outlined in the report, which are standard conditions which would be attached to an application for severance.
The only question that I would have on this is related to the sketch that they provided. It does say it's for discussion purposes only, but there's an indication that there's some interest in acquiring the road allowance in between those two properties and the property to the south. Have they indicated anything to you that they want to go ahead with that, or for now they're just looking at the residential property?
I believe that may be a future intent of the property owners, but at this time, their priority is really just to separate the lots. So any future applications to close the road allowance or merge the properties would have to come back to council.
Okay. Any questions or comments about that application? Councillor Deputy Mayor Dayu.
It's a technical question, really. To inadvertently merge something, could you just clarify that? And it's actually not about this application so much as is it the case that things are merged automatically and you have to hit the no button if you choose to keep them separate as a new property owner of the second parcel, or what does the bouncing ball say?
So generally speaking, if two adjacent pieces of property directly adjacent are under the same legal name, they will automatically merge. So in some cases, to avoid that, you could include, say, a person's middle name on one property versus the other property. So that would stop those two lots from merging.
Yeah, interesting and frustrating at the same time. Mover and a seconder to approve this application, Councillors Barry and Richards.
By Council Berry, second by Council Richards, be it resolved, Council receives report PL 13322 submitted by Sean O'Callahan and dated December 8th, 2022, regarding proposed severance of lands located on a part of Lot 3, Concession 13, Geographic Township of Sherburne, submitted by EJ Williams Surveying Limited on behalf of RNF Moulin Limited. And further, that council supports in principle the proposed severance subject to the following conditions: 1, payment of taxes, including penalty and interest. 2, a copy of the draft reference plan be submitted to the planner of the Township of Algonquin Highlands for review and comment prior to the registration of the plan. And 3, settlement of 5% parkland dedication or cash in lieu in the amount of $500 for each of the separate parcels shall be paid to the Township of Algonquin Highlands pursuant to section 51(1) of the Planning Act.
All in favor? It's carried. We could invite Councillor Curry back. Thank you, Sean. Still under planning is the appointment of a primary and alternate members for the County Land Division, as their meeting is prior to ours in January. Are there any comments or questions with respect to that? It's something that I just decided I wanted to keep. Councilor Berry.
Wondering when those meetings are held.
They are held, I think, the second Monday evening of every month, and they're via Zoom completely. Any other questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the appointments? Councillor Shortreed and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, the council hereby appoints the following as Algonquin Highlands representatives to the County Land Division Committee for a period ending December 31st, 2026, or until a new committee shall be appointed. Mayor Liz Danielson and Councillor Lisa Berry as the alternate.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, and then it's on to external boards and agencies, and I know that you know that there's a bit of a gap here, but there may be some things going on that members of council are aware of. Anything on the Dorset Community Partnership that anybody's aware of? Anything going on with the Health Hub? Councillor Shortreed.
I think their first meeting is next week, so we'll know then.
Well, we look forward to hearing how that goes, and it may be an idea to invite Mr. Rainey to an upcoming meeting to bring us some good news and updates on anything that he's looking for, or they are looking for. I'm thinking nothing on the Muskoka Watershed Council. Anything that anyone's heard from Lake of Bays and their economic development group? Nothing on community safety and well-being. This point in time, I'm tickled pink to be able to say that the Stanhope Library is now officially open for a while until we have some minor additions to a door to install. I think did I hear that the lift is working well? Anything else you'd like to add?
The lift, yes, TSSA was there and did our inspection finally, and we passed with flying colors. And our door is actually in the factory now.
Ooh, that's pretty darned exciting. Well, hopefully we won't have to close it for any length of time to get that in place. And I know that there are a lot of really happy people. I hear that it looks really good inside. So by all means, everybody visit the library when you get a chance. I have no specific updates on the Eastern Ontario Regional Network work. It carries on, and people will start to see applications for towers in certain areas, which may be frustrating and or exciting depending on your approach to it or where the locations are. But you know, they're forging ahead, and I know it's not going fast enough for anybody's purposes, but it is proceeding, and it's coming to property near us one day soon. I don't think we've got anything on Muskoka River Watershed. Anything on the county's Climate Action Plan Advisory Group? Okay. And there's nothing from the Warden's Caucus. We haven't met since we met last year. We will be having our inaugural meeting in January, which I look forward to. And they give everybody, there's a lot of new wardens this year, so they give everyone their kind of updates and to go over their rules and procedures and introduce each other and pick a new chair, deputy chair, vice chair. So we'll see how that goes. That meeting's in Kingston, mid-January. Are there any notice of motions? Hearing none. We come to correspondence. Did anyone wish to comment on or support any correspondence? Did we
No,
get
nothing
anything?
this week.
Nothing. So could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the correspondence listing? Councillor Barry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, council receives the December 8th, 2022 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Wondering about, so we're going to have our closed session after we go through projects and priorities. Okay, and what if we don't get through projects and priorities? I'm just wondering about two things, whether we can have the, and I guess I should have talked about this at the beginning of the meeting, whether we could have our cost of living adjustment discussion now before lunch. I'm just sort of looking at the time and you know what might best work. Possibly go through our closed session right after lunch and then get into projects and priorities and see how far we get. Does that make sense to everybody? I think that might work better for staff too, that you don't have to come and go. And okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we will move to the cost of living adjustment. I'm sorry. Who was speaking of that?
I can speak to it. It's
Okay.
my report, so I can speak to it for sure. So again, this is, each year we ask council to consider cost of living adjustment for staff and council. And just, it helps us build our budgets. It gives us a target to base the budget on. And so before council is the report that we present each year, and it just outlines what the cost of living adjustment has historically been. We know that year over year, it is much higher than it has been in the past. We're seeing 6.9% year over year. And also in this report, I'm requesting council consider including the firefighters increase in that. We did that separately last year, but to me, it makes sense to include it. So that's before council for consideration as well. And I'm suggesting a minimum of 2%, but certainly that is before council for discussion.
I know that we have tried very hard in previous years to be fair to staff while you know, trying to keep modest increases, you know, in the budget overall. I cannot say that 2% in any way is anywhere near enough when we're looking at figures like 6.7, 6.9 and higher percent cost of living. We're seeing reports that the cost of living is not going to go down, that the cost of food and everything is going to be higher next year. And I would like us to give some serious consideration to a considerably higher amount. And I'm suggesting a minimum of 4% increase and you know, possibly more. So I'd like to hear, I really think we need to be fair to our staff and accommodate the cost of living that is hitting everybody hard. Councillor Shortreed.
I agree wholeheartedly. And I'm just doing a quick calculation on the math. At the end of the day, even doubling it is maybe under 20,000 a year. It's not a lot.
As an overall increase in the budget.
Going from 2% to 4%, we're looking at 20,000.
Councillor Richards,
Yeah, I think,
you need your microphone on.
forget. So I think we've got a lot of high priority projects and we certainly have a lot of expectations on our staff to get them done. Alongside those expectations are asking our staff to be conscious of every single dollar we spend because we're all facing inflation. And that means that putting forward, higher taxes to our property owners is going to be a hard bill to deliver. But that being said, to have those expectations on our staff, to watch every dollar that they're spending so that we can help our entire community handle this inflation. I think that it is entirely reasonable and it should be done that staff receive the full 6.9% inflation as it is.
The other point, no matter where we land on numbers, is that I really believe that, we've had a lot of challenges hiring people. And we're looking for good quality people to fill jobs. And in order to be an employer of choice, we have to be able to offer, meet reasonable expectations. So I look to hear from other members of council. Councillor Barry.
Just a question in regards to the pay grid. Do we know what percentage of our staff are at the top of their pay grid? Because the cost of living for those specific people, that's all they get, right? As far as an increase goes.
Yeah, we're not talking about the grid.
No, but it does impact how much that target is moving.
Yeah, we've always kind of looked at those two things separately, but you want to make a comment?
We have, and I know what Councillor Barry is saying, that those that are at the top of their grid, that's all they receive is the cost of living. So I do understand what you mean. I don't know the percentage of that. I'd have to go back to the grid and look at that. So I couldn't really answer that.
And increases are done on the grid when we do pay equity reviews and make sure that we're in the right space for salaries. So that it's not that there's no opportunity for increases for people that are at the top of the grid, because the grid is a it's a shifting target as times change. So there are opportunities there to look at that. So, but what are your thoughts on the percent increase for cost of living?
Yeah, I mean, we've been, I would say, very frugal and cognizant of the cost of living over the last 12 years that I've been on council. I would say we've been sort of supportive of the 1 to 2% as long as I've been on council, but I think we're in a bit of a different world right now. And it doesn't sound like it's going to be changing, and the forecast just of food alone is pretty unsettling. I support what Councillor Richards saying. I would feel more comfortable maybe in the 4 to 5% increase, in hopes that maybe there won't be the same increase next year and reevaluate next year, but that's sort of where I sit, 4 to 5.
Do you mind that that's not covering the cost of living?
It's not, but I think we are a progressive municipality in many areas in regards to pay equity and.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Very much agree with all the sentiments put forth by Councillor Richards. It has been a rough year. And if anyone in this room buys food, they understand where it's really hitting its hardest. And so I do agree with almost an extraordinary measure to offer more than what we traditionally target. I was coming into the room thinking around 5%. I am very much open to what Councillor Richards says regarding the full 6.9. I hope this would not be an every year scenario, because we do have our levy to consider, and the people who are paying these tax bills are also suffering from these increased inflation rates. So I'm hovering between 5 and 6.9 and looking to others for their thoughts.
keep in mind that this is a target and will not be finalized until we
Mhm.
actually set the budget. It's hard to land on something now and then offer something less later on. But that has happened, you know, where we've started at one point and landed somewhere else. Councillor Richards.
I just wanted to add further that, you know, we've been doing the 1.5% to 2%, whatever cost of living has been. The fact that it's been so low, for Canadians, that's great. For the world, it hasn't been. But if we've been making that commitment to honor whatever the cost of living is year after year, the fact that it's at 6.9% this year, I think we duly honor what it is. Because next year, hopefully, we're going to go back to seeing 1 or 2%. But I'm really not convinced that we will. It's probably going to be more like 3 or 4%. So if we land at 4 or 5% now, then you're looking at another 2.9% plus 3 or 4% more next year.
Not
So-
necessarily.
Well, whatever it is next year, we're not going to go down. You know, it's not going to be a negative year of inflation. So I think we have to stay consistent in what our policy is. And if the cost of living is 6.9% this year, that's what it is. There's nothing we can do to control it. Nobody can, as far as our general population goes. I just don't think it's fair to backtrack on a policy that we've had just because it's higher than what we want it to be.
I don't know that there's a specific policy in place, but we haven't always met the exact cost of living increase or anywhere near it a couple of times. So, you know, we haven't always followed that to a T. And the other thing, I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying that we wouldn't necessarily incrementally, like next year, look at the gap that we had this year and add that to next year's increase. I mean, that is not probably the approach we would take. We just sort of look at it year to year. So we'll go back to Councillor Shortreed.
Oh, I'm fine with 6.9. I think 6.9 is going to have to be used for everything in the budget because everything's gone up that much. It's not just food, it's everything. So I think we're going to see that any of our projects that going forward, they're all going to be increased that or more.
I'm sort of in my head landing, listening to Councillor Barry's cautionary note and what I'm hearing, like, you know, a sort of a range from you that could we agree to land at 6% as something reasonable? I mean, to me, it all sounds totally out of sight for everybody, but how does 6% sound as a target? Can we live with that? Councillor Barry.
I think it's important to remember, like, it's I have a hard time with the money inevitably is going to come from the taxpayers who also are struggling. So that's why I think if we were to jump, you know, double, triple what we've normally been giving, it's sort of seen both sides, the appreciation of staff and all they do and all the projects that are put on them, but also recognizing that it's not us that's paying them, it's the tax base. So that's just, I want to make, I know we all know that, but
Yeah, we do.
yeah.
It's not an easy decision to make, but this has been an extraordinary year for everybody, and everybody knows that, you know, that the cost of living has gone up in an extraordinary way, and have to deal with that. Councillor Deputy, I'm sorry, it will come to me after about 4 meetings.
That's fine, Deputy Mayor Danson, I understand completely. Preaching to the converted, because I know Angie has an eye on this all the time, but I'm also curious to know, in this year of all years, what else we might be able to find within our systems of how we support our staff to lighten the load just a little bit. And I'm not saying bring back a report, because I know that you're constantly thinking about this, but, you know, can we look again and just see, is there anything else we can do, especially now that we're working on hybrid modes of working and shortened work weeks, or we're open. This council I know is open to receiving ideas on how we can lighten the load. So let's continue to be open.
Oh, I think we're always open to new thoughts and ideas. You got to keep in mind that everybody's got a job description and job to do, and the only way to lighten those loads is to hire more staff, and that's not going to help the cost to the taxpayers. So I'm hearing a target of 6%. Can we live with that? Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to? Yes, absolutely, please.
I just want to say on behalf of staff, I know that this is a difficult conversation and we really appreciate that consideration. We are fortunate to be in the industry we're in. And we know that there's lots that are not as fortunate. So we do really appreciate that consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Short-Reed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, second by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that council receives report CAO 1322 regarding the cost of living adjustment 2023 submitted by Angie Bird and dated December 8th, 2022. The council directs a 6% cost of living adjustment target be utilized for the purposes of developing the 2023 municipal budget.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I know that's a tough one and it won't necessarily be well received, but I think likely understood. So we will now break for lunch. We'll 3/4 of an hour work. So we will reconvene, well, almost 3/4 of an hour at 12:45 and have our closed session then. So we'll let you all know when we need you back for projects and priorities. And thank you for your patience. Okay, thank you. I need a mover and a seconder to move into closed, please. Councillors Barry and Short-Reed.
By Councillor Barry, second by Councillor Short-Reed. Be it resolved, council adjourns its open session at 12:49 p.m. in order to proceed into closed session for the purpose of discussing the following. 1, education and training in accordance with section 239 3.1 of the Municipal Act 2001 SO as amended regarding IT, cyber security, education and training. Security of municipal property in accordance with section 239(2)A of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, cybersecurity insurance. 3, personal matters about identifiable individuals in accordance with section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001 SO 2001 as amended. Discussion on candidates for appointments to committees of council.
All in favor? That's carried. So
into council. Slide. We have a few goals for today. We want you to get to know our staff, obviously, what we are and what we do here. We have our projects and priorities that will give you an idea of what we've completed in 2022 and then what strategic priorities staff are looking at for 2023. It'll also be an opportunity for council to give some direction on specific things that you might like us to budget for. And then just to keep in mind that this is high level overview. So you won't see specific numbers attached to the proposed projects. So I just want to give you an overview of what my role is. As the CAO, I'm the link between council and staff. I'm council's only employee, so direction comes from council to me, and then I relay it to staff. So many CAOs see this in a few different ways. I encourage council to get to know staff. That is incredibly valuable. However, my request to you is that when there's a question, for example, why we haven't completed something, or if we could attend to a specific thing, that those questions or directions come through me. As you know, council sets the policies, and my job is to provide the guidance and advice on those policies. And you'll often hear me say, I will caution council on whatever that topic might be. And many times it will have to do with liability or protection of the township. My job is to ensure that council is aware of the options and the risks. This may sometimes appear resistant, which it isn't. I just need to ensure that council is aware of the options. So obviously, council sets the priorities. Staff are tasked with carrying out the policies and programs, and my job is to ensure that happens. I also provide guidance and direction to staff as we implement those priorities that are contained in the strategic vision. And the CAO is not a legislative position. You may know that the Ontario Municipal Administrators Association and AMO, among some other agencies, have been lobbying the province to change that in the Municipal Act, but it hasn't happened at this point. Next slide, please. This is just a quick visual of how the CAO leads a municipality. So down is just the traditional way of managing your team. Out is how I manage relationships with other agencies, other municipalities, that sort of thing. And up is my relationship with council. So this slide is about HR services. As you know, a very large part of my position is human resources and managing people. On this slide, it's just an overview of what some of those things entail. I am very fortunate now to have a human resources coordinator that provides incredible support to me in this area. This slide is our just a overview of our strategic vision. This was completed in 2019. These are the areas that we continue to focus on when we make recommendations. And you will see in an upcoming slide that there is a recommendation regarding a new strategic plan. This is the overview of our reporting structure. You can see that I have 8 department heads reporting to me, and then 2 additional staff that are not department heads, but are direct reports. And that's the human resources coordinator and the communications coordinator. And I wanted council to see that our org chart, and it's a bit hard to see from here, but it's a bit of a better visual of what we look like as an organization. And I have attached the names to those positions on purpose. But it's also to see how much we've grown to service our community. So then we'll go into our projects and priorities and what we've accomplished. So what have we accomplished in 2022? So a big part for me and many of us in this room this year was our service delivery review. We continue to work on that. We continue to look for efficiencies and ways to collaborate with other municipalities. In 2021, we created and recruited our communications coordinator, as council knows. And this year we began to see some of those successes from that. And specifically improved public engagement through Bang the Table and our increased public, their social media presence. We successfully created and recruited some new positions, again, to meet our growing needs. And just to list some of those, the deputy clerk position was created for succession planning purposes and to assist the clerk in her workload. And that position, as we know, was filled from within by Sarah Hudson. Our new bylaw officer was filled by Kristen Glass and is proving very successful. The Public Works team was reorganized and we created 3 new manager positions, eliminated a supervisor and coordinator position, as well as the operations manager position. So those new positions, the Public Works manager position, which was filled again from within by Adam Thorne. The new environmental manager position was filled from within by Melissa Murray. And the new project manager position will be recruited early in the new year. We have added a number of new policies in 2022. Some of those were legislated and some weren't. We continue to review the ones that we have. Our big one this year was the implementation of our compressed work week trial policy. This will be reviewed as council approved in the new year, and a recommendation will come forward in February. We completed our required and legislated pay equity and compensation review. And we continue, as we saw from that, to be competitive in the market. We held a number of special meetings to discuss strategic priorities, such as docks and landings, airport, and parking. And so what do we have planned for next year? As our strategic vision was completed in 2019, one of the items that I'm seeking some direction from council on is whether or not we want to move forward with a new vision, or do we want to do an actual strategic plan? So that's something that I will need some direction on, and I'm not sure if you want to do that now or if you want to do it at the end.
We can do that now. I know that it's something that I have been pressing for a long time. I mean, we've done goals and objectives and we've had strategic planning discussions, but we haven't for a long time actually done a full-on strat plan that would take us through, well, at a minimum through our term, if not longer. So that is something that I would really like to see council support and that be included in the budget. Actually, I think that there's probably sufficient funding in the budget now because we've been setting aside in reserves for that project. So I'm just looking for council support in us having a full-on strategic plan created. And I see us doing that, I would say at the earliest at the end of the summer. So we've got part of our year under our belt, new members, new roles, we will have found our place a little bit. And be more prepared to go forward with that. I mean, it could be earlier than that, but because we don't meet quite as often in the summer, I see very early fall as being probably the best time to do that. But I'm open to hearing whatever thoughts are about timing and whether or not you support going forward with that. So thoughts, Councillor Shortreed.
I support it and timing sounds great.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
Absolutely support it. Timing sounds great for the commencement of the plan development. But in terms of putting together all the steps in order to start talking about the plan, are you considering like getting something back from staff in a couple of months about scope, or if we're going to go for consultants, basically getting all the pieces in gear so that we begin in September? Or are you thinking we start that in September?
My thinking was, we need a consultant to guide us through that process. And I think that there is a pretty standard process that's followed when developing strategic plans. I see staff being in, or department heads being involved in the development of the plan, but I think we need to do that together. So, we would determine exactly when we were going to conduct or go through the process and budget for, or not budget for it, but put out an RFP or, seek consultants before then.
Okay.
So that we would start.
So that we start in September. That's my clarification.
Yeah. Councilor Berry.
I'm in support of that. I would love to see, because we are having less meetings in the summer, that maybe late summer opposed to fall, just, that would be my preference, but.
So August,
August would, yeah, that'd be my preference.
Councilor Richards. Yes, she says, sure, why not? Okay, so your thoughts on August? Because we do have, sort of the space. For that. Thoughts about that?
Yeah, no, we can definitely work towards that for sure.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So again, we continue to work on service delivery review recommendations and in our respective working groups. And you'll see in the new year that the CIOs are hoping to arrange a fulsome review sort of day for all of the councils to attend in the new year, just to review that plan. Again, as I mentioned, compressed work week, we'll be reviewing that with a recommendation in February. And I'd like to see council and senior staff finally do our road tour, even though it's a new council. Now that COVID is slowly moving behind us, hopefully we can arrange that. And that Jeannie's laughing, that would be valuable for staff as well. So hoping for that. And then finally, one of the projects that we didn't complete in 2022, and that was mainly due to the vacancy of the operations manager, was the update of the airport development plan. So that is recommended for 2023 as well. So happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Thanks, Angie. Happy to see all of that. Very happy to know that the airport will be coming back, that study will be there. The one piece that I wonder if we could think about as a standalone conceptual intellectual project, rather than wrapping it into the strategic plan, is our meta thinking on parking. So in the last couple of years, we've done, we improved the parking bylaw for the lots that we do have, but we've also had quite regular conversations, and it's on our big picture list. The whole concept of, do we provide parking for folks? Should it be a pay to play going forward? What would a township wide policy look like for, whether we go and try to expand certain parking lots at certain docks and landings, or repeatedly we come up to the parking question and how the needs are changing, the demographics are changing. People who used to have a single vehicle now have 2 vehicles plus a friend plus a trailer. And I just wonder if you and council thinks that this might be the year where we try to dive deep into that question and answer some of those philosophical and policy questions that we can start applying to our township.
Whatever council directs, we certainly can review and look into. I know that Adam was certainly anticipating the question about parking and direction coming from that. So, if council wants to schedule a separate day similar to what we've done in the past to review some of that as a strategic priority, to dive deeper into it and provide some direction, I'm happy to do that.
I do think that that's a good idea for us to talk about and sort of land, and I'm sure that there are others maybe in the room who would like to talk about parking and where we're going to go with that, how we're going to approach it. And it's key for us. We're hearing a lot about it. It's something that Adam would have, considerable, no small amount of involvement in, and Chris as well. It's something that covers a number of different departments. It comes into bylaw enforcement as well. And so I think that having a discussion like that and determining, okay, this is the direction that we want to go in, I do think is important. So, and I think that we can do that without we can do that amongst ourselves without there being any great cost, without bringing in a consultant and at least decide. It may require a consultant at some point in time, but at least we'll know the direction that we want to take and what our approach is. So yeah, I think that's a great idea. Any other thoughts on that particular item?
I'm just glad that I heard you talk about the other departments, because I do see it tied in a lot with, especially with the docks and landings.
Absolutely. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
And because everything in the world is tied together in some way, there is still that Crown land license of occupation question that came up via the Ravens Lake landing that would have to feed into that conversation too.
Would have to feed into it, but I mean, that's sort of another, project or a challenge, let's say, that's in front of us that we're going to have to face and deal with other levels of government on. But and I don't want us to do everything piecemeal. It would be nice to be able to come out with a broader approach to it, but yeah, that's tied into it. Anything else about that particular suggestion? The only thing that I would like us to have a quick discussion at some point in time about the airport development plan before it goes out for an RFP, so that we're just absolutely clear on what we're looking for there. Anything else that you see as something specific to the CAO's presentation? We'll think of a million things after. Okay. Thank you, Madam CAO. So do we accept each one of these with a resolution, or do we just move forward? Okay, sounds good. So next on the list would be finance. And we know that you're involved in everything.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Excuse me. So I'm pleased to present Council with an overview of the Finance Department and what we do for the township, along with information on the projects and priorities for both the Finance Department and Council. At that time. As the treasurer for the township, I work collaboratively with the CAO and department heads to support council to manage financial activities to ensure the township's fiscal well-being. Slide. The duties and responsibilities of the treasurer and the finance team are outlined on here. But to summarize, the treasurer has the custody of the funds and securities of the township and is required to keep full and accurate records of all assets, liabilities, receipts, and disbursements of the township. These records, reports, and information are reviewed and approved by council throughout the year and also reviewed by the auditor and summarized in the financial statements presented annually. Slide. With regard to the projects and priorities related to finance, we are pleased to advise council that in 2022, we were able to complete the implementation of our GP Diamond financial software.
Well done.
It's been a process. And I want to thank my finance team, the county IT department, and the project team from Central Square in getting this completed. One of the major highlights in the implementation is the addition of the HRIS payroll tracking software, which was spearheaded by Sarah Hudson, formerly my deputy treasurer. Sorry, mine, I shouldn't say that, but and now our deputy clerk. Many hours of setup and training were required, but the result is a completely electronic payroll system, complete with electronic timesheet management. Its efficiencies are beyond what we could have anticipated. Now that the financial software is up and running, we will now be able to tackle the implementation of the asset management software. This project was also slated for 2022, and preliminary works are underway, but this will be one of our main focuses for 2023. Slide. For 2023, the finance team is moving towards more online options for finance activities and will continue to enhance our existing software to include e-send options for tax bills, electronic payment options for accounts payable, and alternate payment options for property taxes. So stay tuned. Next screen. My report also includes information on the projects and priorities for council. As we can see, we are now effectively able to stream council meetings so that residents and property owners can keep up to date with the activities of council far and wide. For 2023, we are suggesting that laptops be purchased for council members to ensure that township business remains secure. And slide. So in summary, it's my pleasure to act as the treasurer for the Township of Algonquin Highlands. We have a great team here at the township, and both staff and council should be proud of the accomplishments, both fiscally and operationally, that have been completed thus far and will continue to be made as we move forward. So, any questions?
Any questions from council? No questions. I've got a couple. A couple of things. One of the things that I'm wondering about, and this is something that I asked you about before, will the new software that we're putting in place or are about to put in place help us with questions like, how much money do we spend on a specific road? You know, I mean, you know where I'm going with that. It was a question that was asked about, you know, when we were, you know, in pretty serious discussions about the Bear Lake Road. And I understand, you know, the level of challenge, you know, that your department has when asked a question like that and the amount of work. Will we see some more flexibility in that? Because I can see that it's important for people to be able to see, you know, how much money is being spent on a specific road, you know, without there being a huge amount of work to do that.
And through you, Mayor, yes, the normal asset management software have each asset listed as an individual item. And so when maintenance and so forth occur on these specific assets, they tally up to what the costing is. But the roads, now having said that, roadways, it depends on how they're divided up. Some municipalities do it on a kilometer basis or a concession basis or whatever. It just depends on how they might be tallied. So it may be 2 or 3 assets adds up to a road instead of just one specific. You won't have necessarily the whole road as one asset. It might be 2 or 3, and it may be surface versus base and things like that. So there may be some tweaking to add different things together, but we should have a more accurate road by road, asset by asset expense.
Okay, right on. The other, this isn't so much a question, but I'm not sure that we have perfected yet our ability for electronics and live streaming. I personally think that there's some challenges with sound, with the distance of the screen, that I'm just thinking that we may need to continue to look at that and try and seek some improvements in, because I'm sure that we're going to continue to live stream our meetings. If the public likes it, it makes it a lot easier for everybody in so many ways, that we may have to consider some, you know, financial implications for making improvements there. And that I mean, that's the only thing that I'm kind of thinking about. It's, you know, there are some things that are, say, on slide presentations, or when someone is making a slide presentation, if you're relying on the screen, like I can't see, I can see you, but if I was just looking at the screen, it's like you're hardly there. You know, I just think that we need to maybe put a little bit more thought into that and what it might cost to do that. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I do have a question about e-send options for tax bills and invoices and alternate online payment options. Totally a fan. I really hope we can get that project in 2023. I'm struggling to understand the whether you're envisioning something that would be a bit of an add-on to what we already have, such as you receive your invoice through Bang the Table, and then you go on to direct deposit at the bank. And it's almost cost-free from the township's perspective to get that going. Or does that sort of thing with the securities involved require its very own type of software and then fees every year for this foreseeable future? Where does that land?
If I may, the East End option is actually part of the GP software. So it's just a matter of getting it implemented. It's going to be a matter of people submitting their email addresses, and the tax bills will be sent electronically and securely upon registration. So it will be a process. With regard to the alternate payment options, there are some other options, again, sort of off from the GP, from the financial software. I think it's called City Hall, something to that effect, that does allow for more platforms to be involved. We have to investigate it further. But the idea is that right now we have online payment options through your own banking institution, checks, cash, like all your standard things. This city would allow you to kind of bring up your information from our secure site and make a payment that way. Again, we've seen it kind of previewed, and that will be like what we move towards, so that people will be, I know that like the big cities, like the Torontos and things like that, probably have platforms of that nature now. We'll work towards it.
Do we still have modernization funding available that we could put toward that sort of thing, or is it gone? I can't remember.
We have about 28,000. We didn't specify where it was going at the end of last year. We earmarked several projects to come from it, leaving that 28. Where those projects land, we'll know better going forward. So there is a little bit, but there are also other projects and things that are on the docket that didn't get completed this year that may exceed what we estimated for 2022.
And I'm sure that we're keeping in mind that every new software program or platform that we become involved in, we have to think about insurance and security and all those things.
We'll be talking to the county for sure.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Barry.
I was going to ask about the modernization too, and in sort of the opposite side of all the modernization, you constantly are hearing about cybersecurity, and the next attack is going to be this, like the internet and that. So with all of the moves forward in like digitizing everything, are we still keeping things in non-modernized ways? Like people can still do things non-electronically, people can still, so we're still having those two facets. Not trying to.
Yeah, it will be an optional
Okay.
East End option, and we will have copies of everything.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of the population that won't want that process. The nice thing about it for our municipality is with our non-residents, the East End will mean that, you know, we can get their information to them, and we don't have to trust Canada Post to make sure they get it. So, you know, there is a definite benefit to the East End option, but it will strictly be on an optional basis. It won't be everybody on the same.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Madam Treasurer.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll hear lots more from you come budget time.
Oh, maybe.
Just maybe. Okay. Next up is our clerk's projects and priorities. Might be able to sneak in our communications coordinator today too.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. First, or next slide, please, Sarah.
Speak up just a little bit.
Sure. Okay, so the clerk is a legislative position within the municipal act, as everyone knows, and there are certain specific duties tied to my position. Attending council meetings, recording minutes, resolutions, decisions of council, and other proceedings of council as directed. Returning officer for the municipal elections, also a Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Coordinator, which is governed by MFIPA, and maintaining bylaws and minute books. Next slide, please. Thank you. There's a number of acts that the clerk's department does work with, and there's a few listed here. The ones that are used more often, obviously Municipal Act, Municipal Elections Act, the procedural bylaw, which comes from the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, MFIPA, which is Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and the Cemetery Administration, which is governed by the Funeral, Burial, and Cremation Services Act. Next slide, please. Big part of the clerk's position is council meetings, and this slide indicates the work for council meetings. It's the preparation of the agendas in collaboration with the CAO, mayor, and all our department heads, and researching any background information, preparing reports related to the clerk's department, preparing all the resolutions, the bylaws, the minutes, meeting notices, ensuring compliance with our procedural bylaw in open and transparent manner, and preparing the minutes and the follow-up from council meetings. Next slide, please. As we all know, we just went through a municipal election, and that is a big part of my job during an election year. We completed this election with a lot of support from the CAO and administration staff and our IT staff. Next slide, please.
Could you make that a little easier next time?
I'd love to. If I could, I would. Also part of the job is records management, and that comes into play with a number of FOI requests and having records organized in order to respond to those. And it's also under legislation, as mentioned earlier. And again, just maintaining the official records and documentation from council meetings, the bylaws, minutes, and resolutions. Next slide. Other duties that are in the clerk's department are accessibility, and that is governed by legislation as well, and ensuring compliance with the Accessibility Act, which is internal policies and procedures. Cemetery, arranging for the sale of plots and interments at the cemetery. And again, this is regulated by legislation, and also lottery licensing under the AGCO and Criminal Code of Canada. Next slide, please. So here's a list of projects that were completed in 2022 by the clerk's department. There were a number of them. We installed the columbarium at St. Peter's Cemetery, had a comprehensive review and update to our cemetery bylaw, which included the columbarium as well as provisions for green burials when the site is ready. We implemented accessible document creation and remediation software to be compliant with legislation, making documents accessible that are going to be on our websites. We also implemented electronic signature software, which saves a lot of time for following council meetings, any agreements that need to be signed. If the company's able to, they sign it electronically. We have just completed the recruitment of the Integrity Commissioner, which council appointed earlier today, and completed the 2022 municipal election. For 2023 projects, these are two large projects that we're going to start in the department. The record retention program review is software. This is looking to be a joint project with all the municipalities, including the county. We're looking at hopefully getting an RFP put together and out this year. And as well as we're going to start reviewing cemetery software options to have all our cemetery data put into a software program. And that's it.
Questions for our clerk? Comments, suggestions? Only two things that I did want to point out. They're not questions necessarily, but I just want to stress the amount of time and work that's associated with freedom of information requests, that it can be an absolutely astronomical job. And when we get one of those requests, it can take weeks of the clerk's time. You know, I don't know that anybody really has thought about that or realizes just how much time is involved and how much that takes away from her ability to carry on, you know, other projects. So it's big. Some of them are just, I'm sure that they cause the odd bit of stress and headaches. And with respect to accessibility, accessibility is guided, is sort of umbrella guided by the county as a whole. That's where the accessibility committee lives. And there's been some acknowledgement that because of COVID and for a number of reasons that the committee has not been able to meet. And I think we're all probably a little bit behind, although we're, you know, we've all got accessibility projects. The process overall might be just a little bit behind. And I think you'll see that there is a movement towards greater stress on the committee, the work of the committee, and working with the municipalities to kind of get us back on track there, which will also have an impact on our clerk. Go ahead.
Thanks. Could you also give us a bit of an overview on your role with the MCIA, if anything beyond taking our conflict of interest declarations and filing, like what is your overlap with MCIA? That's number one. And then the second one is, with our green burial intentions coming ahead, do you have any further role, or now that the bylaw has been amended, or is your piece done and it's all about public works for a while yet?
Okay, for MCIA, my role in that is when council declares an interest, they have to fill out the form. I have to put it into a registry, which is public. We do have the electronic registry, which council approved last year. So everything's online, and it is held here at the office as well, attached to the minutes. But that's as far as it goes, as far as MCIA. And with green burials, I believe Adam's going to address some of it in his presentation. We're still waiting for the bylaw to be approved, but it's going to be long way until the site is ready. But as far as that, I would continue to sell plots and make arrangements as usual. There wouldn't be anything that would change there.
So in the meantime, what I would like, Dawn has requested some thoughts from the Green Burial Society on what they, you know, how the things that they would like to see included, say in terms of reference. And, you know, we're kind of waiting for that information. So there'll be some work on determining what, you know, the terms of reference and how that working group would go forward. I don't know about making them a separate committee of council, but we definitely need a working group. And I would suspect that that will have some impact, or Dawn would, you know, work with us with respect to that. I'd also like at some point in time for us to maybe bring back the folks that made the presentation to us a number of years ago on winter burials, just so that we're all just kind of here at this level, what the concerns are with respect to that. And you know, if there are any opportunities for us to go forward with winter burials as opposed to, and there are different challenges associated with both of them. So at least have a discussion about that. Not to say that that has to happen, but I would like us to talk about it and all be informed about what our options might be. Go ahead.
Yeah, I fully concur. I remember when we had the presentation on green and winter burial a few years back, that there were some interesting full cost recovery options to both of, I don't think it had to do with green burial. I think it was the winter burial where a consultant.
Both.
It was both, wasn't it? But indeed, I wonder if, with those in mind, I wonder if the winter burial is something that we could continue to chat about. I know that there were some important concerns, like physical, technical concerns, but it would be great to bring back that conversation this year, if we could.
That's, I think, what I just said.
It is, and I'm agreeing.
Yep. And I mean, it's all kind of big sky thinking right now. Some of it, not necessarily the green burial part, because we've incorporated that into the bylaw. But you know, we, as far as the winter burials, that's another thing, and I'm sure that will come up again in another presentation because of Public Works involvement there. So, any other questions for the clerk? Comments, thoughts? We're moving forward a little bit better than we thought we would. Well, with your indulgence, maybe we would hear from the communications coordinator. I take back my apology.
That's fine. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Yeah. I can start now. Yes, okay. I am the communications coordinator for the township. Next slide. I just wanted to say that. Next slide. It's a great afternoon. About the role, it's a new position for the township, and it's the first of its kind in the county of Haliburton. First full-time communications position in the county of Haliburton. Algonquin Highlands once again leading the way. I started a 2-year contract in August of 2021. I exist within the office of the CAO, so I'm not a department head, but I report directly to the CAO. I am responsible for the development, delivery, and administration of a range of communication strategies and methods to communicate municipal news and services, share council municipal goals and priorities, and engage the public. Look at the next slide again. So what does that look like? So this is sort of a breakdown of duties, the things I do every day. I liaise with department heads and relay departmental news and updates to the public. I liaise and collaborate with other municipalities in the county on joint campaigns and announcements such as the opening the library, the resident satisfaction survey we're doing right now, things of that nature. I conduct public education and engagement campaigns. I write press releases, create submitted content, and maintain close contact with my friends in the local media. I research and write communication policy documents. I do photography and graphic design. I maintain the Township of Algonquin Highlands website. I operate the Township of Algonquin Highlands and Algonquin Highlands Fire Services social media channels. I operate Let's Connect Algonquin Highlands public engagement portal, and I help ensure digital documents and online resources meet accessibility requirements. I also attend council and department head meetings like I am doing right now.
That's the most exciting part of your job,
Yeah,
right?
it's the most exciting part. Projects 20 and 21, launch of the central social media accounts that happened in September of 21. Creation of the land acknowledgement statement happened in November of 21. Launch of Let's Connect happened in December of 21. And all through last year, I worked on the communications plan, which was approved by council in fall of 2022. For the upcoming year, and this is already occupying most of my time, is the complete redesign of the Township of Algonquin Highlands website. And we're expecting that to go live late March or early April. It will be a bit of an accordion, but they're very flexible, and I'm encouraged by how our meetings are going so far. So I think in terms of bringing a rough draft or prototype to council, 2 meetings in March, one of those 2 meetings, you'll probably see something that you can comment on. And then by April, we should have something that's fully live for the public. That's the way things are headed in my mind at this time. And continued implementation of the communications plan. There's some more stuff that hasn't been done. So doing those things, which I intend to have wrapped up by August of 2023, because that will be 2 years. Questions?
Well, a couple of comments as well. I'm not sure that I've got any questions, but I just wanted to let council and everyone here know how much work was involved in developing the land acknowledgement. You put a lot of work and research into that. And you know, it sounds like, well, that's a simple thing, but it wasn't such a simple thing. There was a lot of work, a lot of sensitivities associated with that. And I just want to acknowledge that and say that, you know, we've moved a step forward. And I think that that's just part of more things that we need to do working, you know, with Indigenous organizations. I would like to see us going forward, establish or create stronger communications with the lake associations. And we need to talk about how best to do that. And, you know, I just want to kind of put that in your mind. You know, I'm looking for stronger partnerships and relationships kind of across the board. And I can see us being able to do that through our communications plan to the greatest extent possible. And I just look forward to having discussions about that next year. And finally, before I look to other members of council for questions or comments, personally, I would like to see the continuation of your position. And I'm talking about the position. I'm not saying, let's keep Chad forever. Really, that's kind of what I'm saying. I think this is a very important position for our municipality. It does a lot for us. It positions us well, and I think it's just an important thing that it's something that we're going to have to consider in the budgeting process, that this become a permanent position. And I would look to council for questions, comments, and thoughts about communications. Everybody's laughing at me. Any thoughts, questions, comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chad. Alluding to a conversation we had when you presented the corporate communications plan, and we said, hey, let's bring it back to projects and priorities. Here we are. And that is, and you don't have to answer this question now, but how we might take the blueprint that you've created, we'll affiliate this and we'll get rid of that and we'll streamline this, etc., and infuse our strategic intentions through it. So what kind of posts do we want to put out, with what character? For public works, at what level do we may wish to say, hey, the roads crew are going to be out in this place at that time, or what is our strategic output from the beautiful blueprint that you've created for us. So I don't know how that would work or what that would look like, but that would be something that I'd love to continue to discuss in 2023.
Sure. Yeah, we can drill down on that more.
Well, and you made some very appropriate comments about how we want to appear, the sort of feeling or the character that we want to put into because it can be all very serious, or some of it can be fun, and I think the fun part is a good thing. But sort of what kind of atmosphere do we want to create or project out to our public, through our communications, and that's something that we can include in that conversation.
Absolutely.
Any other thoughts about communications or questions for Chad? Councillor Barry.
Not a very outrageous question, but I'm just wondering, are you monitoring the increase in engagement on?
Yes.
On not just our Algonquin Highlands, but the other platforms as
Yes,
well?
yeah, I keep my eye on the analytics. Yeah.
How is that? I'm just wondering how that's increased since we've had a communication coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, Facebook and Instagram are doing pretty well. Twitter is
booming,
is not that popular now. Twitter in general is having lots of issues, right? That everyone's aware of. So, does there come a point where we discuss whether we need a Twitter account at all? Maybe. If I speak candidly, the reason that it was of value to me previously was because you had some social media users who didn't want to use any meta platforms, right? So nothing owned by Mr. Zuckerberg. So therefore they weren't on Instagram, they weren't on Facebook, because they're both owned by Meta. So the alternative was Twitter. Now Twitter is, becoming whatever it's becoming, and it's losing advertisers and it's losing users. So yeah, there may be a discussion about the future of that particular account and how valuable it is to keep around. Not right now, I wouldn't say, but it is changing. That platform is changing.
Very seriously.
Yeah.
It's interesting that earlier on we when we were talking about changing and doing more online things, and that there was a certain part of the population that might not adapt very well, and I think that a lot of people assume that that's older people. And yet I was part of an interview this week where we were talking to someone who was in their late 20s who was absolutely averse to email, of all things, and a large number of electronic things. So it's interesting to see where people's minds are going with respect to social media and the use of the internet for a variety of things.
And depending on your age, so, depending on your age, you're using different platforms, right? So with Instagram and Facebook, we definitely are using the right platforms for our residents. Twitter is questionable, and Twitter is becoming something different. So that is something to keep.
Really,
Right.
every day it's becoming something.
Yeah. So that is something to keep an eye on and maybe consider in the new year, whether you want to get rid of that account and potentially replace it with something else, right? Because there are other alternatives that are growing in popularity because people are jumping ship from Twitter, but that can be a discussion for another day.
We look forward to that. Councillor Richards.
Just on from that conversation, what are we doing to reach people who are not electronically connected? How are we getting information to them, alerting them to anything going on?
So there is still a traditional newsletter, which is mailed out. I don't personally deal much with paper things. Most of what I do is electronic. But I mean, there are signs on the bulletin board outside the office, and there are mail outs to residents.
Did you want to comment?
We do a newsletter that council is aware of that we send out, each year. It contains different information, but it goes out in the tax bills each year.
Well, it's maybe seen as being somewhat limited at this point in time, but I mean, it's a cost and an environmental, there's all sorts of things associated with why we may or may not do things, but we do our best. And, there's notices in the newspapers too about certain things, which helps. But any thoughts that anybody's got are welcome to bring to council about how we might better communicate or differently. Let's see. Any other questions? Well, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, council.
Much appreciated.
Mayor and council.
So what's your thought? Do we carry on for a little while? You're up next.
Do we have IT on standby? No, okay.
We told him Monday now.
Okay, I just wondered if
he was sitting there inside the room waiting.
Oh, great. Okay. So Mr. Moore, you're up next. I think what we'll try and do before Greg starts is to do building and bylaw and planning, and then we'll settle down for the day. I know that there's a lot of projects that both Adam and Chris have on their lists, and environmentally, and there's things that we're going to want to talk about fire as well. So you're up next.
Yeah, it's basically we're looking at the building department and bylaw are still a single department to date. What we have for the building portion of it, at the time of making the presentation, you can see that we issued over 255 permits and 99 sewage. Basically, that's above average for the most part in the last 5 years. Last year being a real banner year. And but the construction value on the last 5 years has doubled annually. So 5 years ago, we were around 19 million. We're sitting at around 50 now. So next slide, please. We do complete around 1,100 or so inspections a year. That breaks down to about an average of 3 per project. A sewage system may consist of 1 to 4 inspections, depending on if it's a tank only replacement or a full class 4 install. A dwelling unit may require between 4 and 8 inspections. But if you're just simply replacing your deck and utilizing the foundation, it may only be 1 inspection. So we're basically looking at about an average of 3 per project. Next slide, please. Bylaw complaints. You can see there that we do field a few bylaw complaints. They typically require a lot of hours of service. But generally, to date, voluntary compliance is achieved and court action is rare. Next slide, please. The septic reinspection, that has demanded a lot of hours, especially administrative. But it has realized, we have realized a high voluntary compliance rate on the remedial actions. So that's been very good so far. Next slide, please. So completed projects. We have, of course, the successful recruitment of bylaw and the bylaw officer and subsequent deputy CBO. Their recruitment has offered efficiencies for the department, which have allowed for quicker conclusions and compliances for most files. Bylaw officers successfully became certified in municipal law enforcement, as well as well on the way to property standards officer certification, probably by this spring, if she'll achieve that. Deputy CBO currently enrolled in courses to aid in gaining his Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing qualifications. And he will also attend the OAPSO training, the Property Standards Officer training. Next slide, please. Projects not completed. Unfortunately, the one that I was looking forward to was the hybrid SUV, and due to high demand and not a lot of chips out there for the cars and not a lot of product out there. As a result, nobody came to the table with our RFP. So we will have to relook at that. Our property standards bylaw, we need to do a little bit more work on the initial draft of that before presenting that to council. Looks like we're earmarked to purchase tablets and software for our paperless inspections. We decided to become more acclimatized or acclimated to the new permitting software before going that route. We're going to revisit that. So it wasn't something that we wanted to get into trying to do multiple training. And the septic inspection program, staff are working towards a successful completion of that program. Next slide, please. So yeah, the projects and priorities. Obviously, there's always training, ongoing training for everybody, the deputy chief, bylaw, myself. Basically, I need to continue the education to, an effort to provide continued knowledgeable service. As mentioned, the ongoing training for the deputy CBO and bylaw. Staff are to revisit the procurement of the hybrid SUV. And as mentioned, working towards a successful completion of the septic reinspection program. Now, we also have on there to purchase a digital camera. It would utilize an SD card. It's been brought to my attention that there's a possibility that if you're using your phone, a court could subpoena the phone, which would render an officer lacking tools to do the job. An SD card could then be presented to the court. It's also a little more secure. It date stamps pictures, and the camera would actually remain in our possession. And was just recently, we've been looking at the AMPS system, the Administrative Monetary Penalty System. That basically transfers bylaw disputes from the courtroom to the municipality. Any tickets, and that would typically go through the POA, that would typically go to the Lindsay court system to be dealt with, and we would get our portion of it back. We would be able to host that right here at the front counter. They would pay their ticket fines to the municipality directly, and that would solve a lot of travel time for staff, a lot of hours in the courtroom, so, and it would certainly streamline. And we would have to hire, in that case, or have on standby, not hire, a hearing officer and there's another officer involved in there that that would, two officers, it's basically like a committee of adjustment, whereas you'd have people that you would pay for the service if required to handle any disputes that may arise from the tickets. So yeah, we're looking into that, and we would be the leader on that front as well, from what I understand, in municipality, in the county, if that goes forward. And because the backlog in the courts right now is atrocious. So they're throwing out drunk driving charges, from what I understand. They're just not keeping up. So this would certainly help in that front.
We're seeing that in other departments as well. So.
Yeah. So anyway, that is it. Any questions?
Well, I love hearing once more that we're a forward-thinking municipality in certain regards. You know, that's a flag that we can all fly. I've got a couple of questions. You know, that we're moving forward with, or hopefully we'll be moving forward with shoreline preservation. And I know that that's a responsibility of the county, but I see that there will be an overlap there. We're also looking at property standard, or not property standards, short-term rentals. And I see that having an impact on us. And you know, there just seems to be a different attitude in the world these days that makes people a little more contentious. Let's say, I'm just wondering where I'm going with this is do you think that we have sufficient complement of bylaw enforcement, or do you see that we're going to be looking for more enforcement? I just see that the Federation of Ontario Cottage Associations sees bylaw enforcement and the lack thereof as being the second most important issue that they've got. We've been hearing over and over again, why are you putting new bylaws in place when you can't enforce the ones that you've already got? So I just would like to hear your perspective on that, and if you see us, you know, needing to enhance our bylaw department.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have been talking as a department around the potential of expanding the bylaw portion of it, because we realize that, again, exactly what you say, you can't implement more laws if you can't enforce them. We do need the staff in order to do that. I think with the amps, that will help to offset some of the costs. And we do have the new parking bylaw in place, as you're aware. So, and on that front, that's going to take a little bit more staff time. Like you say, with the shoreline preservation, we'll all be keeping our eyes open as we're out doing our daily jobs and duties. And yeah, to answer your question, yeah, we're certainly looking towards asking or trying to obtain more staff on the bylaw end of things.
Well, you mentioned parking, and you know, obviously we have parking issues all over the municipality, some worse than others. You know, in particular, I look at Halls Hawks and you know, aside from developing parking, right now we have parking problems, and we probably need to be a little more diligent there and keeping an eye on and you know, issuing tickets. Just being a little more strenuous there until we find our way, you know, with what we're going to do with parking and where our priorities are there. I'm wondering about next year and how much of your time you see being taken up with follow-up on septic, on the septic inspection program. I know that can be a bit tough. And I suspect the longer some things are outstanding, the harder they probably will be to deal with.
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor. Again, that is going to eat up a bunch of time. I'm unsure as to how we're going to attack it going forward at present. I know for the remedial action, it will be staff that will handle it. It won't be an external contractor. Yeah, that is going to take some time. Luckily, our deputy CBO has taken the initiative to start on that. Because it's a little bit slower right now. So we're starting to get a bit of at least we have a bit of a plan going forward to dive into it. So I'm hoping that it won't be a huge burden this coming year, but we do have to deal with it, obviously. So yeah, I'm anticipating that it's not going to bury us. So,
well, let's hope
yeah.
that it doesn't. I just, you know, I'm hearing from council, and I suspect that what we're seeing is is, you know, we're gonna have a gap this year in order to, you know, try and get those issues dealt with and people in compliance. And then probably proceed again with the new program starting in the following year. I'm kind of hearing that that's the direction we're going to take. We'll have to talk some more about that, but that's what I'm hearing so far. And is your question specific to septics? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, two points specifically on that. So will WSP be coming back to hit that 10% of property owners that didn't respond? Or for whatever reason, we weren't able to do the inspection? Will WSP be coming back
They're
next
done.
year? They're
They're done.
completely done. Because there is still a gap of, I think, is it 10% that we just never were able to reach?
Yeah, there's a 170 or something that we have not completed. So yeah, we're working towards resolving that. We're unsure as to what that looks like at
Okay.
present.
All right, so it isn't just the remedial, it's also that 10%, okay.
Correct.
And then absolutely, in terms of the next program, I think we have an amazing snapshot in time now of what our septic situation looks like across the township. Is it your thinking that should we proceed with a new program, maybe not this year, but next year, it would be exactly the same? Or could it be something different where we're sort of slowly sipping away? It strikes me that because we do have this snapshot, maybe we could do a septic evaluation light next time. And I see you nodding, so if you are thinking along those lines, are you thinking about bringing back some of those sorts of options in 2023 for us to potentially fund and roll out for 2024? Or is that whole conversation parked for 2024?
I don't know the timing, but yeah, I do agree on my personal thought is, we haven't discussed this yet, but my personal thought is that it would be more of a septic inspection light, if you will. We would eliminate probably class 1s and 2s because we've dealt with them now, and like outhouses typically are around for 40 years without incident, and now we've got them all up to standards. So do we need to look at them again? Probably not. Class 4s are our biggest challenge. They're the ones that would be a potential environmental problem if they fail. So I would probably put forward that it would more look like a streamline more of a class 4 or 5 type inspection process only. And whether or not council would like to go one step further and simply maybe target sensitive lakes only, that's something that's more of a discussion, right? Because we already got a baseline, as you said, and septics typically don't fail, you know, quickly. So, yeah.
Are people allowed to build outhouses still? So I can't see them being taken off the list. You wouldn't go back and re-inspect. But if there was a new one that was put up, assuming that you need a permit to put up an outhouse.
There is, thank you, Mayor. No, there is no permit required for a class 1. So
it'd be like herding cats.
Yeah.
I've got one. I know how hard that is. I wanted to ask about the property standards. I'm pleased to hear that staff are taking property standards training. And I feel like we probably didn't give enough direction or clarify exactly what we were looking for, and then ended up, kind of like, wow, that's not what, we were expecting. And that's, I take that on us in not giving the right direction or being clear enough about what we were looking for, or sort of the overall approach that we wanted to take. How hard do we want to come down on people, like exactly what is it we're looking for? So I would look almost before you come back to us with another draft, to do a lot of work on another draft, for us to have another discussion about that first. That might help a lot and create a little less frustration on the staff's part. After doing a lot of work and bringing, a really solid and detailed document to us. I felt a little bad about that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That would be welcome for sure.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think that's all that I wanted to ask about. Are there other questions or things that you'd like to ask Councillor Barry?
Just wondering if I'm not quite sure if it would be coming from your department or from Sean, but the night sky policy.
It's on Sean's.
Okay.
Any other questions for Greg on building and bylaw? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We see you have a busy year ahead of you.
Do.
That's to you all. Last but not least, Mr. O'Callaghan. Take it away, Sean.
Great, thank you. So this first slide just provides sort of a general overview of the planning structure for Ontario. One thing I would note is through Bill 23, the province has signaled that they'll be reviewing the provincial policy statement, which influences the county's official plan and the township official plan. And we were due to start reviewing our official plan. But seeing as the policy statement will be updated soon, that is something we will have to put on hold until that new policy statement is released. Filtering down goes to our zoning bylaw, and then after that would be site-specific development agreements like a site plan agreement. Next slide, please. This just lists various applications that would come through the planning department. I would note under consent application and plans of subdivision or condominium, while the township provides comment on those applications, the approval authority does rest with the county of Haliburton for those. Next slide, please. I was the staff member that was part of the Cultural Resources Committee. As council's aware, recently a Cultural Resources Working Group was appointed, and they're in the process of reimagining that existing plan. So I'm not part of that working group right now, but my understanding is once that new plan is in place, then the committee would potentially start meeting regularly again. Next slide, please. The Committee of Adjustment. So I'm the Secretary Treasurer for the Committee of Adjustment. It's a quasi judicial committee, so it's an arm's length committee of council. At this committee, decisions are made on applications for minor variance. So if somebody's building closer to a property line than what would be permitted under a zoning bylaw, that's what we would be looking at through that committee. We do meet on a monthly basis, and there's 5 members, 2 members of council and 3 members of the public. Next slide, please. And this is a list of various projects and priorities. So first are projects that were completed this year. The largest of them would be the updating of our zoning bylaws. So I'm happy to say that's now in place. Other ones to highlight. So I've been participating in the short-term rental review with the county, as long with development charges, the background study with the county, but that's another one that will be delayed because of Bill 23 and changes to development charges through that bill. One project that was more or less put on hold was the license of occupation with respect to docks that are across a road from a piece of property. An example would be North Shore Road. So that's something that council may look at reviewing again in the upcoming year. We would be looking for that direction from council. Also, the continuation of the short-term rental review and development charges with the county. So we'll be working collaboratively with the county on those projects. And the dark sky policy, which was mentioned earlier. So that's something that staff will be looking at bringing back to council as well, because we've received that direction. One thing I would note with the dark sky policy is, again, through Bill 23, municipalities are no longer to control the exterior features of houses through site plan control. So enforcing a dark sky policy moving forward, that's something I'll be working with Greg and bylaw on, but we'll be bringing something back to council for consideration on that. I believe that is all I had. Yeah, so if there's-
I just, a couple of questions. You say that you're not on the cultural resources working group. I guess I assumed that you would continue working with them as they just want to do it on their own. Like I honestly, I didn't, I must have gapped on that, but I assumed that Sean or a staff member would continue with that group.
No, that wasn't what was directed.
Okay. There's a gap there.
On
Go ahead,
that,
Councillor Diane, or Deputy Mayor Diane.
Up to last month, the mayor was a participant and was directing proceedings and sort of fulfilling the function of township liaison. So now that the mayor is going to be now the mayor is not mayor, that question may arise again, you know, how you want to fill that function. But I think when Sean didn't step away from the group, but when it was decided that the group would proceed without Sean, we did have Mayor Moffat sort of filling that liaison role. Roundabout way.
Okay, well, we'll see how that all unfolds. Sean, I did want to ask you what your thoughts were on the issue of development charges.
Which is,
Well, that the county is looking at and obviously is going to impact all four of the municipalities. I just, you know, I guess I wondered just what your perspective was on whether that's something that you see as being needed, fair or not.
yes, I think that's something that could certainly be utilized by all the municipalities. I think we're one of the very few counties and townships that do not have development charges. I don't see those development charges being a significant amounts. Certainly nowhere near what you would see in cities or large urban centers where you have municipal sewage and water services. So I think they would be quite reasonable, the charges that are put in place, and I think it's worth pursuing.
One of the things that I see us needing to do, and we've heard a lot about, and some of us who are running for in the elections, we're hit with the fact that one of the number one issues in the county is housing in the country, is housing and how we're going to approach that. And I do see that at some point in the not too distant future that we need to have a discussion with yourself about what we can do with respect to housing, what's reasonable in Algonquin Highlands, given, our environment here and circumstances about servicing. I hear from almost every member of council that we want to have a discussion about tiny houses and where and how they might fit into our planning process. And I know that will have an impact on we just finished our zoning bylaw. That there probably will be some changes that we'll have to make to the zoning bylaw, as a result of these discussions and where we land with them. But I just want you to know that I believe that council is very strongly leaning towards wanting to have discussions as soon as we can about housing and what we can do, how we can address that going forward. Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, and actually, so with our new zoning bylaw, it's very supportive as far as having accessory dwelling units on certain pieces of property, depending on what your zoning is. So for example, in a rural residential zone, you can have up to 3 separate units on a property. And that's something, again, through Bill 23 that the province is really pushing for. So we are really ahead of the curve on that one. As far as tiny houses, to clarify, are you thinking just a smaller building footprint, not a house on a trailer?
Oh, I think we need to have a discussion about that. You know, I kind of think we've all got a different idea about what we see as tiny houses and, you know, what space is required and how many tiny houses might be on a certain space. So it's a discussion that we need to have. And that's one of the things that during the election, when people were asking, like, what are you going to do about housing? You know, I've touted our zoning bylaw and the changes that we've made in the zoning bylaw. I mean, some as a result of the province and some as a result of our own thinking, and you know, the smaller footprint in particular makes it more affordable for people, that we have, you know, taken some proactive steps to hopefully make things easier here. But our environment is different than some of the, you know, more urban-like communities, like, I mean, even different than Minden and Dysart and, you know, what they've got to offer. So I just am hoping that we can be a little ahead of the curve in the housing department as well. So just forewarned is forearmed, do some thinking about that. The only other thing that I wanted to mention is I definitely see that we're going to have to reopen the discussion about licenses of occupation. And I know that that's a difficult one, a challenge, and not just for us, but for, you know, some of our residents. But, you know, if we're ever going to go ahead with the full completion of North Shore Road, we need to come to some conclusions about how we want to deal with that. And I mean, I know that that's just a starting point, that it goes much beyond that. But we're definitely going to have to bring that back for discussion and land somewhere that we find reasonable and that we think that the public can find reasonable as well. Because, you know, we can't put big projects like the redevelopment of, or, you know, reconstruction of North Shore Road off while waiting on this, or just kind of being unable to land somewhere. So, you know, that's on us to all think about, and I see us moving, that we need to move forward with that. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Back a subject to housing. Very glad you brought that up. Thinking that we've got hopefully a strategic planning process coming late summer, fall, winter. Would you see a pre-conversation about housing to kind of get some thoughts on the table before we dig into the strategic plan?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I see it as something completely separate, actually.
Okay.
But for sure, yeah, the sooner that we can do that within, you know, within
Yeah.
Sean's and our schedule overall, I think the better. Continue.
I understand it's a separate point, but I do see how it would link, and how, because housing is such a critical piece of life in the township, there might be reference to it in the strategic plan in some way. So if we did have that conversation first, that'd be great.
Councillor Barry.
Just wondering when we'll be doing the next OP.
You mentioned that. We're waiting on that because the province is going to be making changes to their documentation. So we need to wait on that before we can do our OP, because it'll have an impact on it.
I know specified.
I guess we're at the whim of the province.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
But I suspect that they will probably move forward with that fairly quickly, given that, you know, the pace that they've been moving with Bill 23. And anything else for Sean? Questions, comments, thoughts? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Much appreciated. Well, I think that we will draw a close to the projects and priorities for the day. I think it's been a long enough day for all of us and for all of you sitting there listening to us, and we'll get into, you know, I know that some of you've got some long list of things to talk about. So we've kind of agreed on next Monday to finish that. So I think that we are into bylaws. Missed anything? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentations that we've heard so far? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Counselor Richards, be it resolved, council receives the 2023 projects and priorities presentations for information from the CAO, treasurer, clerk, communications coordinator, CBO, and planner.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, now we move into bylaws. First was the fees and charges. Could I have a mover and a seconder? This is to adopt them all. Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed, be it resolved the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed. 2022-114 to set the comprehensive fees and charges for the Township of Algonquin Highlands, 2022-115 to authorize the execution of an amending agreement for the Central Reservation Registration and Park System Services, 2022-116 to authorize the execution of an agreement for plowing of the Trails Office parking area for the 2022-23 winter season, 2022-17 117 to appoint an integrity commissioner to authorize an agreement for integrity commissioner services, and 2022-18 to authorize the entering into a fire protection agreement for Algonquin Provincial Park.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is our confirming bylaw. So could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Council Berry, second by Council Shortreed, be it resolved that bylaw 2022-119 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its December 8th, 2022 regular meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. And finally, could I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Council Shortreed, second by Council Richards, be it resolved the December 8th, 2022 regular council meeting adjourned at 4:10 p.m.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone. Long day, but lots, we've got through lots. And we look forward to seeing all your shining faces again on Monday.